is, I think, well, you got about 30 seconds. We'll let Mike.
I don't.
You always have a second hand. I like to be, on time. Okay. It is 4 o'clock. We'll go ahead and call the August 11th meeting to order. If we could get a roll call, please.
Mayor Householder.
Here.
Commissioner Blanchard.
Here.
Commissioner Crawford.
Here.
Commissioner Hardy.
Here.
Commissioner Shirley.
Here.
At this time, those of you who are able, if you would please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have no awards and proclamations today, so we'll move on to the Citizens Forum. This is an opportunity for anyone to bring an item up that is not on today's agenda and address the Commission with. We would ask that you give your name and address and limit your time to 5 minutes if you could, please. Okay, please.
Yes, I'm Randall Holm here in Salina, Kansas, and because I'm here to speak on another issue, I thought I'd take the time to also address an issue I would like to see the City Commission and the City of Salina address, and that is to make more moves towards better water conservation within the City of Salina. The last couple years have proven how dire a need there is for that, both in the community and the state as a whole. I'd like to see us adopt, to start out with, a plan to promote, not regulate, more drought-tolerant grass and landscaping within the city limits and the state as a whole, but primarily within the city limits. It seems like the prevalent grass of choice, especially in new subdivisions in Salina around the country in recent years, has been one of the fescue blends that are extremely water thirsty and water wasteful, in my opinion. There are some new species of similar type grasses coming out with deeper roots that are doing a little better. But the native grasses, the buffalo grasses, or even that grass we often call crack grass, Bermuda, is so much better suited for landscaping purposes within the community and the state because they don't tend to die out. They tend to just go dormant if they're shorted too much water, and it takes a whole lot less water to keep both healthy. We could also look at different landscaping plant choices to help alleviate wasteful water. And another thing we might try to promote within the city as being used more often is the use of gray water in landscaping and or rain barrel gutter catch systems and that within the community for some of the businesses and that and or residences to plant, and I mean not to plant, but to water their landscaping modes. I know in a lot of the new businesses we require that they have a retention pond. Something we might think about is suggesting that they set up to be able to irrigate from that when it does hold water, and that, and maybe look at ways to encourage that even financially if we have to. Also, a number of times when I've been driving down South 9th, I've noticed that the landscape watering system for the medium strip tends to be watering the curb and the street almost as much as it is the plantings, and I'd like to see the city maybe address that a little better. I realize Kansas wind doesn't always allow it to go where it was aimed. But when it's not windy, there isn't any real reason for that to be spraying out halfway into a lane and wasting that water. Because runoff doesn't get absorbed back into the soil to recharge, and also when it does eventually end up getting back to a water source, it's usually polluted. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Randall. Excellent points, all. A couple of things that we can let you know that I do know that we do have some planning. In fact, Xeriscape has kind of been coming up quite a bit more.
Yeah, right now I think the pricing is really the tool that we use to get people to choose for themselves the type of grass they want to put in. That for those who do water their lawn, it's very expensive if you're on city water in particular. And so at some point, you do have to choose if you're going to continue to try to keep fescue alive during a hot summer, or whether you would switch over to Buffalo or Bermuda. Bermuda is pretty invasive with landscaping and so forth, so I would imagine looking at a buffalo is probably best, but it's up to people to decide and how they want to get along with their neighbors.
And we also have done some preliminary, maybe with the country club on this gray, I assume it's gray water, effluent, maybe Ms. Tasker could.
Yeah, it's an effluent. It's a partnership for them to be able to reuse effluent, properly treated, meeting all the federal and state standards to irrigate the golf course. So there's a reuse for that. So certainly that's a use that's out there as well. Trying to kind of go over some of the other things. In South Ninth is hard. The wind, you cannot predict the wind. We can really the best thing to do would be to take all the grass out, go to the medians that we put in our final phase, where you can use drip irrigation, that type of irrigation. That's much better as far as controlling the water, because those are narrow. It's almost impossible to keep that under control. I think it's a difficult challenge.
Okay, and it is an excellent point. I mean, it's something we've talked about, and I've been very conscious of it out there, and I appreciate you being concerned. A lot of people have this idea that we have water for days, and they don't realize that the desert.
Especially when it's running when the rest of the community can't water.
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. Anyone else here with anything they'd like to bring before the commission on items that are not on today's agenda? Sir, thank you.
My name is Ernie Vincent. I'm 2633 East Key Avenue. I'd like to comment on the man's suggestion, that was one of mine, that we go back to the restrictions that we had and better enforcement.
Yes.
And the other subject I got is, I know some of you people on the panel are gun owners. I'd like to know how many of you have registered your guns in the state of Kansas?
I know all mine are, but
I just borrow guns. I don't.
Well,
own, I know my husband will let me own a gun, so I go shooting,
Yeah,
but they're
I
not
should-
mine.
I should say I should say that we didn't register. All mine have been bought through dealers. I've always, so I don't know if it gets registered nationally or where it goes. I assume there may be some Kansas records of it.
Well, the reason I bring this up is I am a gun owner, and I am very lucky and very fortunate to have fired small arms with the Japanese small arms rifle team. I don't think too many people have ever fired on the Olympics. The other question I got is, there is no law in Kansas that you have to register your guns. I have been through that with them many times. I would like to see a law passed that all guns will be registered in the state of Kansas. And I'm sick and tired of hearing of this gun carry and all this crap. We don't need that stuff, but we do need our guns registered. And the only other comment I got is, we must push for the minimum wage. I'd like to see these people get what is due. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Is he talking about an increase in the minimum wage, or?
I would guess, yeah, I would guess
Yeah.
probably an increase in there's different, yeah.
Commissioners, just real quick on the issue of water restrictions for clarification for anybody who might be watching or listening. Unless we're in a water, well, we have multiple stages. If we don't designate a stage, then the only restriction really is the time of day watering, basically during the warmer months. And so outside of that, there are not restrictions, and never have been prior to when we entered into some of the water shortages in the last few years. And then what happens is if we start to see, based on our plan, if we start to see triggers hit based on a shortage of water from the river, particularly, or well field levels, then you'll see a water watch, which is sort of an educational opportunity. And then at some point you'll see restrictions through a warning and then an emergency. And so those are restrictions. We've always had a plan that provided for the watch, the warning, and emergency. And as some of you may recall, in the last few years when we did see water dry up for a period of time, we modified those, went through the process of having the state approve those, and they're more aggressive than they were before. But unless there's a declaration based on those triggers of an emergency or I'm sorry, a warning or an emergency, the only restrictions would be time of day watering. And if we hit the watch, it's more of asking people to do that. So we're okay. I mean, we're going through a little dry phase, and we're pretty good up until 4th of July. It's kind of off and on, but we're not in, right now we are not in a watch. We're not in a warning or emergency at this point in time. So the only restriction today is time of day.
Would
How
we?
do-
Okay. Go ahead.
How do some of our counties west of us do it, like Hayes? Do they have more restrictions than we do? I know they are quite conservative.
They do it a different way. They started so long ago that some of the tools we have today, they didn't have, so they use what's called an IGUCA, an intensive groundwater use control area. Look at that. Martha says, yeah. So I got bonus points for remembering that. But
Yeah, there you
Here's
go.
my pen.
Brownie
You're all-
points,
yeah.
yes.
the state basically allowed them to form a special district for purposes of water regulation. That's in essence what happened with that. I don't know as far as, well, I do know that at least until recently, they've been drier out west than we have, maybe with a few exceptions in certain areas. So I don't know, and I don't know if Hayes in particular were under restrictions or not. I know some of the other smaller communities we read about in the journal not long ago were, because they were terribly dry. So I don't know specifically with Hayes, but they would probably have some similar processes as far as warning and emergency, because that's a kind of a protocol that's provided by the state as a template for all to use. Whether they're more or less restrictive than us, I don't know. I would say they might be a little bit more restrictive than us, but I don't know that for sure because it's been a while since we've compared. And I could look at Martha Tasker, put her on the spot. She probably has a more current knowledge of what their restrictions might be and what's in place there.
If you'd like, since we're on the subject of water. Never hurts. We get it all out, you know.
Yeah,
just
it's always good to,
never hurts
can't
to
have too
remind
much
people.
knowledge.
Or too much water.
As Jason mentioned, as you further west you go, they have had less rainfall than we have. We're fairly fortunate here for Salina because Canopolis Lake received a lot of inflow, actually got to an elevation to where the Corps let water out because it was too high. They were concerned if we had another flood, so we're in pretty good shape. But as you go west of there, they've had less rain. Ellsworth has wells that are affected by being junior water rights and very low flow in the river. And then as you go on to farther west to Cedar Bluff Lake, it's basically, I don't know that, Gary, that it's ever met its elevation. And so they don't have that volume of water to help them. And Hayes has been struggling. Out there, the Smoky Hill River will actually go dry. You see virtually no water in it. In fact, they'll ask for a release from Cedar Bluff. So their condition is much more, I guess,
Dire.
affected by the drought and has been for years. But it's moving this way.
It is.
And I believe Hayes has a 4-step process that they go through. But in the end, it's very similar. You know, they ratchet up their requirements and what they actually don't let individuals do. They're pretty particular about car washing in the yards and that type. But it's very similar. They set up a plan that follows ours. And I think Hayes is still in some warnings. Russell, Ellsworth. Ellsworth may have got out if the river bumped up a little. Yeah. Russell and Hayes are still in phases, but they're just far enough west that they don't have the benefit of Canopolis Lake in the flow. We
Right.
typically, it's a river that affects us. As you get out to Hayes, it's not just there's no flow in the river. Actually, their groundwater wells are out near the Smoky Hill River, and when there's no flow in the river, their groundwaters are low. So they fight that issue nearly every year. So much more dire need out there than us.
Would we invoke restrictions, water restrictions, if we were drawing out of Canopolis under the agreement that we have with them?
We would be able to get water during
Right.
those dire need times.
Right.
And currently, our plan doesn't bring into play if we use the access district. It's something we'll have to look up and probably modify our emergency plan. But there would be a time that possibly, depending on the length of the drought, that there may not be water for us to call out of the lake if the drought lasted many years. So, but as long as we could meet the levels in the river, we wouldn't need to call upon the plan. But I think we'd have to look at that and see what it really means to us when we get a little better feel for experience working with it. But the hope would be we'd have our supply and things would be great, but
Commissioner, I think in practice, Martha's correct, we would really need to see how those work together, but in reality, I think that what you likely would see once that's set up is if we did need to call water, I think we certainly would be under certain restrictions, because obviously if we do that, we're in a very dry situation, and I think it's our best interest and in a responsible position to save as much water in the reservoir as possible, so whatever we would draw would be for the primary uses. So I really would imagine we would be under restrictions if we did that. We certainly can do that. I think we probably would be there.
it might require a modification to our plan to get us to that point, but to kind of see how we haven't formalized the operations agreement and what the releases and how that would work. But I would anticipate a change in our plan, and I believe it would trigger us into, it would only make sense if we're asking for that water out of the plan that we would put some type of restrictions in place. I'm just haven't thought through all of the pieces of that, and a couple of once we complete the operations agreement, then I think we could make kind of some informed decisions on what we want to do, how it might play out for us.
The other thing I've heard that reminds me about our situation is that only 15% of all the water is used by municipalities.
Or less, that's correct. The largest share is used by ag, and then some portion is used for industrial and then municipal, but the big share in Kansas will be agriculture out of water that's used.
Can you give us a little 30-second blurb on the effluent?
The effluent reuse, as you may know, the Salina Country Club took over new management, and the new management has not brought the effluent reuse to the top of their priority list yet. They're still, I think, getting their feet on the ground, but it's still out there, and we're anxious to move forward with it. They just haven't quite came to us with, yes, let's move forward.
Okay.
They're still working through it. Okay.
All right, thank you. Anyone
Thank
else?
you.
Oh, so, I'm
I
sorry.
was just going to say thank you, Randall, for this is a good conversation.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought it up.
Yeah, it really is.
They don't listen to me when I cry about it, so I'm glad you came up and reminded them, especially on the medians. I've been talking about that for 3 years, of watering the streets.
Remember, I said promote, not regulate.
Yeah, that's right. Anyone else here today with anything that's not on today's agenda they want to bring before the City Commission?
Afternoon, Commissioners. This is Ray Haruska, 235 North Santa Fe. Since everyone's talking about water, I'd like to bring up a subject about the water department of the city of Salina. When a person doesn't pay his bill, I think he is sent an automated notification. And I'd like to ask the city manager or anyone that knows, what does it cost for that notification to send to the public?
The answer is I have no idea. But I will say that regardless of what community you go to or what private or nonprofit public water provider, you will have, when you get to the point that someone owes for water use and the bill becomes past due, there's typically some form of a warning process, whether it's on the bill, whether there's a separate notification, or whatever option that they may feel is the most effective prior to shutting off the service to the customer. So an electronic notification would be very inexpensive compared to other types of notifications. But I don't know what the exact cost is. I don't even know that it's even broken out.
Well, I think you probably should take a look at that because it's a $40 charge. So if you'd like to check into that, that would be very nice.
So the $40 charge
would
is
you,
It's
Mr.
the
Ruska?
automated notification.
Yeah, Mr. Ruska, what would you like me to check into
Let's
specifically?
see if that's correct.
To see if, which part?
The $40 is correct, to notify someone they're past due on their water bill.
If it costs $40?
Yeah.
Okay. Why? I'm not sure I understand the question. Why?
Well,
why
the
are
question
you
is
assuming
why
costs
should it be
40?
such an onerous cost just for a notification for an overdue fee?
Yeah,
Where
I
did
don't,
that
I don't
cost
know
come
that
from?
it is, but
Where did
the number come from?
Well, I've been told by several people that it's cost $40.
Okay.
yeah, I'm sure it doesn't cost $40.
Is it $40?
Probably 40 cents. I don't know
Let
if
me-
it costs
To
that.
reconnect it, I think,
thinking,
but
is it-
not for the
is
piece
it
of paper
$40?
that's sent
Yeah.
out to
Yeah,
remind
right.
you.
Not the notification, that's postage
Yeah.
stamp, isn't it?
Because I'm going to get the notification. I'll tell you what, I'll do it for $20 per notification. Yeah, just let me know. Give me a list of names. I'll call them $20 per. I may even get them to pay
I'll do it
up.
for 10.
Yeah, but I mean, are you saying is it $40 to rehook it up, or you think the
No,
cost?
it's $40 for the automated notification.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah, I
that's.
don't
Did
think
you
so.
receive an automated notification that you can forward to us?
No, I've never seen it. I don't have one. Yeah.
Mr.
I have to
Rushko,
admit,
I'll
I
check
have.
on that, get you an answer. I'm
I get the
quite
paper
sure it's
copy.
not
I
$40,
think they're talking
but
about
I'll check and find
Reconnect
out
or
for you.
Would you
So, too, the Reconnect
forward
fee.
that to me so that I know
I'd be happy
an
to.
email, please?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Just for morbid curiosity, how do we? Is it computer? I mean, when they don't pay, does it just show up on the computer? Is it some part of some software program we call it, and it says, "Mr. Householder, your water bill hasn't been paid," or I mean, is it that kind of thing, or?
Yeah,
Probably kind of like a bank with a loan, how they have the automated.
That's his area,
There he
but,
goes.
There we go.
there's the $40 million man right there.
$75 million man. Yeah.
What happens is somebody who is delinquent on their bill will get a notice that is printed by the computer that's mailed to their house, telling them that they're delinquent, advising them they have until a certain date to pay their bill or that they will be disconnected. When that date comes, they then receive an automated telephone call that gives them the option of paying while they're on the phone if they have a credit handy to do that. And then the following day we will disconnect the service. At such time as we have to reconnect the service after they've come in and paid their bill, then there is a reconnect charge of $40. So it's not a notification charge. It is only after we've had to disconnect and reconnect the account and send somebody out to do that.
And that
So
might be where that $40.
that is where the charge is.
Yeah, because
Yes.
I don't think it costs us $40 to print a piece of paper and
Make a phone
make a
call.
phone call.
It's not the notice,
No.
it's the actual reconnect
It's the
aspect.
reconnect.
But they give them 1 day to pay it. Otherwise,
That's-
there's a reconnect.
No, it's
No.
approximately a
That's not
10-day
correct.
notice.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's approximately a 10-day notice.
10
I'm
day
not
notice.
sure it's,
Yeah,
but no, it's not 1 day.
yeah,
Yeah, Commissioners, that reconnect fee was adopted in 2009.
yeah.
Just as FYI.
Hey, I know I've paid in. I'm horrible at paying my water bill. I go, I'll pay it Monday when I'm in there. I get home to take my once-a-week shower.
$40.
Dust comes out. $40.
Gray water.
Yeah. then I'm gray water showering. There you go. And then I'm gray water showering.
This is on a Friday night, then it's a $60 charge.
That's right. Yeah. Anybody else? Yeah.
Yeah, Norman Mantle, West Pleasant Hill Road. Back to this water issue. Until we learn to live with less water, it's not going away. I'm attending these Kansas Water Office meetings, and they're not addressing what is causing it. We're putting such a demand on our water supply that we will not wake up until we realize the error of our ways. So we're going to have to reduce demand.
Okay. Thank you, Norm. And that's, absolutely true. It's always easier to change your usage than to find a way to make water. So, it's the same thing with alternate energies, et cetera, et cetera. So, really good conversations and timely as we hear more and more about the aquifer out west not replenishing itself. So, appreciate you all coming out and talking about these issues. Anyone else with anything today they want to bring before the Commission that's not on the agenda? Okay. If not, we'll go ahead and move on into the public hearings and items scheduled for a certain time.
Item 5.1, public hearing on the proposed 2015 budget. 5.1A, first reading ordinance number 14-10751, adopting the budget.
Mr. Franz.
Mayor and Commissioners, thank you. It's time once again to go through the process of formal adoption of the city budget. We've spent the last several weeks or months discussing various issues relating to the budget. Notice of hearing was published timely as required by state statute. And your mission today is to receive the staff report, and then take public input. Have a formal time for public input on the proposed budget, and then consider on first reading ordinance number 1010751 adopting the 2015 budget. Final proposed budget includes total expenditures excluding the interfund transactions and reserves totaling $74,219,570 for 2015. This amount incorporates some changes in accounting for debt services and capital expenses in solid waste and water and wastewater funds. The amount listed for 2014, that's last year's, or actually this year's, net of reserves was $69,654,526. Property tax levy proposed is 26.926 mils, the same as the final tax levy for 2014, and that was slightly increased from the 26.190 mils levied for 2013. As has been the case in recent years, we still have a number of budget challenges we're facing. Property values are still flat. Delinquency rates on property taxes, though, have returned to pre-recession levels and are actually quite good. Sales taxes this year have resumed a small growth rate on the order of 3.5% compared to 2013. That, however, is not enough to offset the growth pressure on expenditures, as well as to provide the resources we need to reestablish reserves at targeted levels. The sales and property taxes together provide about 35% of total city revenues and about 66% of the general fund revenues. Recession resulted in declining returns from investment of funds, and while there are signs that we are emerging from the recession and have been for the last couple of years, those investment rates remain very low. And they constitute less than $100,000 in revenue projected for 2015. State legislation exempting business machinery and equipment is still playing a role. Those lost taxes or lost tax valuation is still growing. The cost for 2015 is about $725,000 compared to the pre-exemption circumstances. We estimate that will grow to about $800,000, perhaps a little more by the time it is fully implemented. But hopefully we're nearing the end of that process. We have not yet levied any additional ad valorem taxes to offset those lost revenues specifically. Through the last couple of years, the fiscal challenge is one of our strategies for minimizing the service impacts of the recession was a measured drawdown of fund reserves, particularly in the general fund. We must now attempt to reverse that and to build those reserves to a responsible level again in the event that we have to go through a similar process in the future. 2015 budget is currently structured will move us towards reestablishing the targeted level, and if successful by about 2019, if we continue on the same track. Strategies recommended to address the circumstances we find ourselves in: review and reduction of all budget line item requests where appropriate. We have not proposed any kind of general adjustment or cost of living increases, it might be more commonly called. In 2015, we do have a small allowance for merit system increases, averaging about 2.4%. Staffing has been reduced from 511 full-time positions in 2008 to 273 in 2014. That's actually
cut the old city staff in half. 473.
473.
Yeah, 473. What did I say?
Just waking everybody up.
Okay.
273. Yeah.
Did I say 273? Okay, well, whatever. My apologies.
That's the last
We're
part.
going to be able to cut your taxes in half, everybody. It was my idea.
That's the next item in the agenda.
No
But some
wonder
of you are going to have to show up for work tomorrow. Yeah.
I thought I heard a collective gasp behind me and from the staff section, like, who's not
How do
working
they do
tomorrow?
that? Lean is really working. Yeah.
Now I've lost my place. We actually have 8 more positions than we did last year. The bulk of those is due to assuming the animal control function from the former city county health department. That added, I believe, 7 positions, and community engagement was an additional position, and then there were a couple in the police department. We'll be once again going through our fees and charges structure and adjusting those in a limited way. We continue to rely on the tax stabilization transfer from the special sales tax fund. That will be at $360,000. That is down somewhat in the general fund from several years ago. It was at $400,000, and we have managed to eliminate at this point the tax stabilization transfer to the debt service fund. That is now wholly relying on the property tax again. That sales tax expires, sunsets in 2019, and so we need to be ready to accommodate that should that not be renewed. Today, the City Commission should open a public hearing, take comments regarding the budget. Budget is published, contemplates a total mill levy of 26.926 mills. That's the number that's important to get correct. Total taxes levied will change from $10,908,146 to $10,982,435, and because the mill levies rate is the same, that change is due entirely to a change in valuation. Of course, the effect on a home of given value, and I have a table included that looks at $100,000 simply because it's simple to make multiples and come to an assessment on your own location. Would of course stay the same if the value stayed the same, but since the value is likely to grow a little bit, it would work out on the average to about a $2.63 change for 2015. We're proposing increasing user fees for sanitation by 2% from $13.65 to $13.90 per month. Solid waste fees will be increased from $30.50 per ton to $31.40 per ton. Those fees in particular were last increased for the year 2010, so they've been held steady for quite some time. Consideration of EMS, water and wastewater, and golf course fees, we're suggesting that we defer until later in the year when we have a little more information about the performance of those funds. As I said, the last couple of weeks we've been talking about issues and options. We've heard presentations from a number of outside agencies that we support, and I would refer you to those materials or to the transmittal letter in the budget, and if anybody's brave enough, the line items in the budget are there for you to review. 2 actions required today is to open a public hearing, to take comments on the proposed budget, and then the second item would be is after the close of the hearing is to consider ordinance 14-10751 on first reading. That ordinance will be up for second reading in a week, along with a resolution establishing fees for services. And I guess that would then complete that process. And I would entertain any questions at this point.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for staff?
I have a question, and it may be more directed to Mr. Gage, and that is that, I think, we tend to always focus in on this machinery and equipment exemptions as something that was dealt to us, and I agree with that we have no say in that, and it's a substantial amount of money. I had asked during the process that to see if we knew some of our self-imposed tax abatements being come to mind. Do we have an accounting of what we have in the range of tax abatements that we've passed that are out there? I mean, we know the $725,000 on the machinery and equipment, but do we know what? And I know they're all over the board because some of them have aged differently than others, but do we have a general idea what that number is?
No, I would hate to guesstimate and be way off. We do track that information, so we should be able to go back and get that information. Initially, we just track from the estimate from the front end, and then, of course, you have actual values that change those numbers each and every year as a business entity is assessed. And so we can put that together. I wouldn't be able to give you a very good number, so I really don't want to guesstimate. But I will say there's a significant amount of dollars, and as you know, it gets into the but for if you didn't do that, would you still have that investment? If you would, I tell you shouldn't do it. If you wouldn't have that investment, you should do that if you believe then using the cost-benefit approach and other approaches, if you determine that those jobs at the right levels, benefit the community, really. And that's the thing. It's sort of a take one for the team. The money that goes back into our budget is kind of partially set aside and not seen so that we can take one for the community to have those jobs. But it's about making good decisions. So right. I can go back and get you that, but I really don't want to guesstimate
well,
for you.
I think because sometimes, I mean, and not to pick on any of the ones that we've already passed, but just generally speaking, I think that those tax abatements, a lot of them dovetail with the machinery and equipment deduction. So we're not only not getting that property tax exemption for that equipment and machinery, we're also granting them a tax abatement for. Sometimes I think, if the offer's on the table, if I'm going to ask for that tax abatement because it's there.
Yeah, regardless.
And at what point, this number's going to go, this machinery and equipment's going to keep going on, and I think it's just prudent when we're talking about budgets and so on that when those abatements come up, that we remember that we're losing that $800,000 each year, and that, if that business is heavily into equipment and they're already getting sort of that break because they're into the machinery and equipment's end of that thing, then maybe it's worthwhile to say, are those dollars really effective? I suspect that a lot of those companies, if they're ready to expand, they're going to expand, and the small amount from that one company may not be a substantial amount to them, but when you start adding them up, they get to a number that approaches $725,000 a year. So
yeah, I think the number is probably pretty significant. A couple of points that you, as a commission, may understand, the public may not. The difference between the tax abatements and the personal property tax on machinery and equipment. The personal property tax on machinery and equipment, as you know, the repeal of that, I say repeal, it's a step down. What the state of Kansas did some years ago is they felt that the city or the state of Kansas was not as competitive as some of the adjacent states with regards to job growth and development, and they felt that some of the states around us had already gotten rid of that tax, and that they needed to do that to be competitive. So what they did is they basically said that any new equipment, any replacement of equipment would not be taxed as personal property. And so what happens is those businesses that retain their old equipment continue to be taxed at whatever the values are, but as they decide to replace equipment, the new equipment is not taxed, and that's why you see that number gradually going up. And again, the assumption was sort of this umbrella economic strengthening aspect across the state. Whether that's happening or not, I don't know, because we still had the recession to deal with and all of that, and it's really hard to sift through and isolate those variables. So it's hard to tell if that's actually worked or not. I don't think we can say one way or another. I don't know if they've actually tried to study, the state of Kansas has actually tried to study it and determine that. They may not have. Now, again, on the property tax abatement, that's an abatement of, depending on the policy, it could be up to 100% for the first 5 years and up to 50% the last 5 years of new property taxes on a business from capital expansion. And it's usually supported by jobs with a certain pay level and that type of thing. And so it's targeted versus across the board. But it comes down to the issue that we indicated before is you still have to make good decisions. One, to make sure that if you're going to incentivize jobs, that you're going to incentivize the better, higher paying jobs that create that income in your community where the families are not going to be on free and reduced lunches, or able to take care of their homes and expand, do things like that. Those are the type that you would actually incentivize. And you raised an interesting question, which is, do you always know for sure that it is truly a but-for? And the answer is you do not. You know what they tell you. You know what pieces of paper you can make a business sign, but you never know for sure whether that is a but-for. Our approach and policy has been to always put the but-for in front, so we hope that we've been diligent with that. But as we come back, and we will come back soon as we talk more about economic development and look at the package of incentives that we've discussed in study session not too long ago, and we're going to look more specifically at that property tax abatement, and I think that's going to be a good opportunity to look at that and see. But quite honestly, you don't always know for sure, but you try to do the best due diligence you can to feel comfortable at where you're at, and that's about all you can do. But I think you're right in the fact that that has to be on the top of an organization's mind, a city government's mind, all the time.
Right. Well, I appreciate that, because I always felt that the state had come in and said, well, we're going to cut this so that it'll give companies a competitive edge and they'll be able to grow and prosper and everything else, and then that happens, and then they come back in on us and say, oh, but we're going to need this now to grow and prosper. So I think the outcomes are something that we can keep an eye on and see whether or not at the state level. I think everybody's looking at those and seeing how effective they are, but I want to be...
I'm going to presume you're talking about industrial revenue bond situations.
Yeah.
And then
well, IRBs are a constitutional tax abatement.
Yeah, and then there's also the revitalization rebate for the neighborhood district.
That's
downtown.
the other one, the neighborhood revitalization area.
So there's a couple
that one's a bit
we
more
would need to look at.
targeted with a few more variables that have other...
Yeah, it's a little different type of program, again, based on state law and establishing it, but it is a little different than the other because it can affect commercial, it can affect residential property as well, whereas the targeted IRBs or constitutional tax abatement are for industrial manufacturing type uses primarily.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions for staff?
Well, the other thing that I had just had a question and a comment on was just for folks there that recall last year that we raised a certain amount for, or earmarked, I should say, a couple of mills for general fund to bolster that, but the other portion of that was to help offset the cost of doing more street repair.
Yes.
And that again continues on. This
I
year
drove
as well.
over some new asphalt today.
Right.
You know.
So that's being addressed. Of course, we'd love to do more street repair than we're able to, obviously, but that would of course require an increase in the mill levy, and we don't want to do that. But I think a lot of, if we look back over the years, a lot of the decisions that we've tried to make up here, I think, point towards long-term cuts in budgets, and that is if we can do a few things to help reduce the level of infrastructure that we take on as a community in the form of new streets, water, sewer, and all that, and begin to reuse a lot of the existing infrastructure we have. I think long-term that'll help to minimize future outlays and future budgets that raise a mill levy to take care of ever-expanding street and infrastructure.
One real quick point, Commissioners, when we talk about the number of positions, and you notice from, say, 511 in 2008 to 473, which is really a lower number before we took on the animal services function, that's still too many, and primarily when we talk about the general fund, and as you know, the general fund is pretty stagnant. Sales tax is the only sort of somewhat dynamic revenue source that can grow I'm going to say somewhat regularly. It doesn't always, but it's been fairly reliable. Property taxes have not come back at all. They're very, very stagnant, and the other fees are sort of hit and miss, so you can't always count on them. And so what that means is our culture has been, we didn't lay off to get to those numbers. Some cities did, and a lot of folks lay off. But if when an organization lays off and hires back and lays off and hires back, are you going to get the best and brightest? Are you going to have continuity and effective services? You're going to struggle. So that's not in our culture to do that. But what we did is we used attrition, and when somebody left on their own to retire, go to another job, whatever it might be, then we looked at that position. We said, do we need to fill that position? And that's the approach we still use today, and we really study that to make sure that we don't harm our organization. And then we're relying on the CPI, the continuous process improvement, the use of lean tools as a backfill process mechanism to help us as we reshape our organization. And I won't say right size, because I don't like the word right. I think that's a misnomer, but to resize it to where we're financially as stable as we want to be, and we can pay to keep our best and brightest, which will become an issue as the economy strengthens. So in order to do that, we're going to have to reduce our costs, whether it's staffing, whether it's other costs, and that's what CPI helps us to do. It gives us the tools to do that. So we're going to continue to focus on that, but I do think you're going to see that number continue to go down, as well as hopefully other savings and direct out-of-pocket costs that we have, because we're not even in a position, as you know, in our budget with our general fund, that we could take a hands-off, do just a moderate salary increase, and feel like we don't have to go in and look at the various budgeting tools to break even the next year, or do slightly better than break even. We're not really there. We have been struggling each year still to recover and get us to what would be a break even or a better position. And so so that means we're not where we need to be, and we're going to keep striving to get where we need to be. But that's a struggle. It will be a struggle, and it will particularly be a struggle as we try to increase that general fund carryover balance that you have at year end up to that $5 million number.
Any questions for staff? Thank you. Okay, we'll open this up to the public. If there's anyone here from the public that wants to speak on this item, please feel free to come. Again, give your name and address and state your
Ray
question.
Haruska, 235 North Santa Fe.
Great.
I think Mr. France and Jason Gage were speaking about, and of course John Blanchard, Commissioner, we're speaking about IRBs, rebates, revitalization rebates. Perhaps the public would like to know the differences between these two things and how they work, so that we understand them a little better.
Sure. And specifically between, you're saying between the IRBs and, or are you talking about the two?
We're talking about rebates for IRBs. That's just a tax incentive, right? I guess. I'd like to have someone explain that definitively. And, Mr. Blanchard was talking about it pretty well there. I was wondering if he might like to respond to it.
Yeah, Commissioners, it's up to you guys. We can spend a lot of time on that. I could probably spend about 2 hours on that if you'd really like me to. We did cover those. We covered definitions, application, and all of that. Not too many, 3 or 4 months ago, somewhere along that time frame in a study session. Those will come back to you as we form a policy. So there's going to be an opportunity in the future to talk more in depth about those and how they work, and the policy approach to when you want to use those tools. I think that's the most important aspect. So there will be opportunities in the future, likely a study session opportunity, which is usually a good educational opportunity.
Well, how about the short definition, just kind of an explanation? How about that?
Well, constitutional tax abatement is based in Kansas Constitution, and it allows cities' ability to abate property taxes on really industrial manufacturing type uses primarily. Just gives you the authority to do that. We have a policy. We can dictate to what degree we'd like to do that. An industrial revenue bond is more of a complex financing mechanism, but in essence, it's a different way of allowing you to do kind of the same thing with a little bit more flexibility, and a little more flexibility on that adjustment of the amount that you would like to abate. You don't have to do 100%, for example. You can do a partial amount. The Neighborhood Revitalization Area is a program that's established by the state that allows us to rebate back. And both of these are increases in taxes from what the base currently was. I want to be clear, all these programs are above the base that was currently there before a building was added or jobs were added. And in the NRA, we have a map It's a good part of the north and west part of town. If there's certain improvements, depending on what the improvement is, to what degree it's an improvement, you can get up to a maximum of 100% of the property tax rebated for the first 5 years and up to 50% in the last 5 years. And again, it's a formula and it just depends on the situation. So that's really the three main programs that we offer that way. So that's a real quickie. Apologize for that because there are a lot of nuances.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, and again, like I said, we'll get into more details as we did here a couple of months ago. But does that kind of get where you're?
Well, basically, I guess Mr. Gage is saying that this will increase taxes. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I said. No.
Okay. Well, I'm still.
What else did I say?
Well, that's a pretty good question.
You see about my mother, Gage?
Repeat it for you? It has something to do with where we just. I broke my train of thought there. So.
Well, I will say the intent of all those programs. There are many programs that relate to inducing business development, growth and development. Those are just 3 core programs that we have. The intent of those is to really work with a business that has the demand for their services, for their products, really it's products more so. And if they're on the fence and they need some assistance to help get them off the fence to make that investment and grow good paying jobs in the community, we start to refer to quality and premier jobs. Quality or good jobs, really good jobs. Premier would be the highest tier. We're really trying to be a party in bringing those to our community, or really mostly creating those or assisting our current businesses to create those based on what they do and what they're good at. Could be a new product line or something like that. That's what it's really intended to do.
Things like the neighborhood revitalization, though, that we often talk a lot about, couldn't be our ability to try and push redevelopment into certain areas of town. So as Mr. Blanchard, Commissioner Blanchard said, so we don't have to go build new streets. If we can do some encouragement to get people to redevelop in areas of town that already have streets, we think in the long term that's going to save us money because we don't have to go build new infrastructure. We don't have to add more miles of road or wire. So there's some offsets. We want to encourage people to fix up properties they have in those areas, and we don't want to discourage them by increased taxes and things like that. So again, it's I suppose
well, the original question was revitalization and IRBs, and the explanations that I've got here today, I'm more confused than when I asked the question.
Well, it's probably more than we could probably do in a meeting, but there's lots of information out there. You can punch up on that old computer and probably read up on it. I mean, it's probably deeper than we would have time to get in. I mean,
we had a study session, what, about 3-4 months ago on that?
Yeah, somewhere back then.
And I think there's some I think there's some pamphlets out there on revitalization program.
I think there is.
Yeah, I can provide on request. I can provide that information. We have kind of some basic definitions and applicability of that stuff. So yeah, and kind of coming back to the taxes, if the decisions are good and if a community is successful in applying those tools, you'll add jobs that have healthy pay. Those folks are able to purchase goods and pay sales tax, to invest in a home, automobiles, whatever they like to invest in your community, and therefore strengthen the tax base. So the intent is really a reduced reliance on the tax, not an increase in taxes. That's the intent.
Right.
So obviously it's how successful you are with your program that matters.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Ray.
And ladies.
And ladies.
And ladies, yeah. Anyway, anyone else here on anyone here also care to comment on the $76 million budget? Okay, I don't expect to hear from anybody. Nobody better call me and talk. Oh, we got one more. Good.
There you go.
So I'm turning my ringer off. If nobody complains now, I don't want to hear about it for the next 365 days. So.
Mary Mertz, 1936 Queens Road. If I understood right, I heard a $5 million increase in the budget, although the health department is no longer in the city budget. And I know we did get the animal shelter. So I'm just wondering why the budget increase, even though we lost an expenditure.
Yeah, I think, Rod, if you want to come up and cover the changes, keep in mind the total number in the budget includes all of our budgeted funds, and funds are how we categorize our operations and functions. And so the utilities is really our largest fund, second to the general fund. The general fund's the largest, but a lot of capital investments in utilities, and the capital improvement plan varies your annual number significantly. Rod will have that for you.
And one other thing too, that this is year 2 without the joint animal shelter. Last year's budget did not include.
Yeah, we did not
funding
have the
for
animal shelter
for the
last year,
animal
so
shelter.
that was
correct.
an offset to
Right.
the health department loss. As I said, there's a 2.4% allowance for salaries.
Right.
That adds up quickly when you have a $20 million payroll. And it does include the utilities. We also budget to include reserves and transfers, although I netted that out of that $74 million figure because it is confusing to do that. I'm just looking down. Health insurance plus $2 million based on the claims we expect to be paid. You know, there's just any number of items like that that do add to that number. I'm trying to think what other items might have been large. Special parks and recreation, that's alcohol tax. That number has increased, probably about $50,000, simply because we have the resources, and that is used for to build park facilities, essentially. Sales tax, economic development, we budget to spend all the resources in the fund. And so that's $1 million this year that we're expected. Now, we may never spend that within a given year. We do have carryover in that year to year, but that was quite a bit less last year. So there's a number of changes that are that go into that total number.
So the biggest looks like
Biggest one's health insurance, right?
Yeah, health.
Basically, personnel costs
services are
are a big item between salaries and benefits. You're talking some dollars.
Yeah. So pretty easy to up 4.6. Does that kind of answer your question out there? Great, that's a great question. Anyone else care to talk on this issue? If no, oh.
Randall Holm, 848 Custer, Salina. I want to commend staff on doing what appears to be a reasonably good job in keeping expenses down and keeping the budget increases less than they would be otherwise. But I, in years past, have too many times heard the City Commission and the County Commission both say, gee, we aren't raising the mill levy. Totally forgetting that with a 10 to a 35% increase in property value, the property owner was seeing a huge tax increase. And that I want to challenge both the commissioners and the staff to continue to work as hard and maybe even harder at trimming budget increases, because once a dollar is spent in government, it seems like all we ever talk about in the future is how much we have to increase it instead of decrease it. The only way to control inflation is to control spending.
Right.
And I challenge you all to work even harder, possibly look at challenging all city staff to look for ways to save money, and in some manner, shape, or form recognizing them when they come up with ideas, because as my grandmother used to say, watch the pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves.
Yeah, well, you gave Mr. Gage a leeway into talking about lean. We can, yeah.
Well, we've been doing this since the recession in 2008 hit us, and we're going to continue to, as I mentioned before. But one thing too, with regards to the property values, Mr. Holmes is correct in the sense that the way it really works is there's a dollar amount generated from property taxes, and you know this because you deal with the budget a lot. The public may not realize it because they think of a tax rate. And really, you have that assessed value in your community, and whatever that is, and the type of properties they're assessed, and that occurs by Salina County. They do the assessing in counties in Kansas. Each county does its own. And then what happens is that tells you if your tax rate stays the same, yes, you can estimate how much money you would have. And so if your assessment goes down, and your tax rate's the same, your dollars will go down. If your tax rate's the same but your assessment goes up, you can actually collect more dollars. In years past, prior to the recession, I would say a pretty strong year would be maybe a 2 to 3% increase in existing properties, and with new construction, probably 1 to 2, maybe 2.5%, maybe 3 if you're really, building a lot of things. Early 90s, we had a pretty good boom in there, and that's the most you would expect to get. Since the recession, what we've seen is the combined of existing properties and new construction has been less than 1% practically every year. It's very, very stagnant. So what happens, though, is that, as we know in the property appraisal process and assessment process, that properties are appraised every so often by the county, and they have a system and they have comparables, and quite honestly, when the state looks at them and they grade them, Salina County's done a good job historically, but that doesn't make you happy if your house goes up 10 or 15%. Right. But someone else's house is probably going to go down. And you don't often hear that one because that feels pretty good and there's no reason to talk about it so much. So we see the individual properties varying quite a lot through the community for whatever reasons that we can't explain. We don't do that. But as a whole, in the aggregate, it's really not moved hardly at all in the last few years. And that's one of the reasons that our general fund is so stagnant. Because you could probably count on $400,000 to $600,000 without raising your property tax in the past, just with increases in values, and maybe even deciding to reduce the tax and leave some of it on the table. We haven't been able to do that since before 2008.
Great. Anyone else from the public care to talk about the budget? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for possible action.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we pass on first reading ordinance number 14-1075, adopting
10751. The ordinance says. The ordinance says 107.
Thank you. Make the note on my blue sheet here.
Keeping straight.
Start that over. Thank you. I move that we pass on first reading ordinance number 14-10751, adopting and appropriating the 2015 annual budget.
Second.
Whew, thought we were all not going to have any money here next year. You guys are making me wait. Any other discussion on that? Okay. Have a motion and a second to adopt first reading ordinance number 14-10751. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
And there's a second. Anything else? We just move on? Okay, great. You'll have an opportunity again next week for anyone at home that wants to come discuss. We'll have a second reading next week, I believe. Is that correct? If anyone else wants to come out and have anything to mention on the budget, feel free to come out. We'll be here. Hopefully not as late as we will be tonight, but we'll be here. That moves us on to, I believe, the consent agenda. Is that correct?
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of August 4th, 2014. Item 6.2, authorize the mayor to sign the Kansas Department of Transportation agreement to accept funding to interconnect and adjust timings for traffic signals along the Ohio Street corridor.
Any item that a commissioner would like to remove or amend on the consent agenda? If not, I accept a...
Mayor, I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the consent agenda as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That carries 5-0. That moves us on to administration.
Item 7.1, second reading ordinance number 14-10747, providing for the vacation of the north 10 feet of the East Lincoln Avenue abutting Lot 10, plus the abutting vacated alley right-of-way in Block 11 of the Calkins addition to the city of Salina, Kansas.
Ordinance number 14-10747 was passed on first reading August 4th, 2014. Since that time, no comments have been received. Is there anyone from the public today here to speak on this issue? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for possible action.
I move to adopt on second reading ordinance number 14-10747.
Second.
Motion is second to adopt on second reading ordinance number 14-10747. If the clerk would call the roll, please.
Commissioner Blanchard.
Aye.
Commissioner Crawford.
Aye.
Commissioner Hardy.
Aye.
Commissioner Shirley.
Aye.
Mayor Householder.
Aye. That motion carries 5-0.
Item 7.2, second reading, ordinance number 14-10746, relating to the establishing zoning regulations governing the permitted locations of e-cigarette establishments, tobacco shops, and hookah establishments within the city of Salina.
Mr. Andrew.
Normally, we don't have a report on second reading, but we wanted to just report back to you so it is clear that the original draft ordinance that you considered on the 4th, that you directed staff to modify that to classify electronic cigarette establishments and tobacco shops as conditional uses in the I-2 and I-3 industrial districts instead of permitted uses. The ordinance has been modified for second reading to reflect that. And then just so everyone further understands that the ordinance before you would add electronic cigarette establishments to the list of prohibited home occupations, meaning that someone couldn't establish a vapor lounge for sampling and such in their home. And then hookah establishments would not be a permitted use anywhere within the community. And then as a follow-up item, the moratorium that you passed and then extended, that expires this Friday, and that means that as of Monday morning we would accept applications for new electronic cigarette establishments that want to operate in the community. And a suggested follow-up item here based on the schedule that we've attached for you would be if you were to approve this on second reading. Following that, you should consider making a motion to allow the 2 existing businesses known as Juicy's and Vapes until October 31st, 2014 to pursue and complete the process necessary to obtain conditional use permits for their locations. So that would subject them to this same process as all other establishments, and based on the schedule that you have attached there, there's no reason that they couldn't complete that process by the end of October.
Okay.
With that, I'd be open to any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Thank you.
Has either one of these 2 existing establishments contacted staff about?
They have been attending the various planning commission meetings, and we have hand-delivered information to them to keep them in the loop.
Okay.
And we will do so again based, whatever your action is today, we'll inform them about the moratorium and the conditional use permit process.
And so then when would we would need to pass an additional resolution following this at a future date then?
It would just be a motion. If you were to approve this on second reading, then you should follow that up. Basically, your motion would establish October 31st as a deadline. And so we have stayed enforcement of the ordinance, and that enforcement that stay expires on August 15th, but that would give these 2 establishments until the 31st of October to come into compliance. If they don't, then they would be considered in violation of the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
Mr. Bankston can explain that further.
Well, just a quick point, Mayor and Commissioners. With the adoption of the ordinance, the requirement of the conditional use permit in those 2 cases becomes a matter of law. The only effect of the motion is really a determination that the city would not take enforcement action pending that deadline for the filing and processing of the conditional use permit. So the only party being regulated, so to speak, through the effect of that motion is the city. So we felt that because we were not in doing so imposing, well, it seems like it's an imposition of a requirement. It's not really. It's a deferral of any prosecution against those 2 existing businesses for that period of time while they're able to complete that process. So I felt that a motion was a sufficient way of putting that deadline in place.
So would that motion be included for this second reading then?
That was the thought, and
okay.
The suggestion there is that if, depending on your action on first reading, if it is to adopt the ordinance on second reading, then it would be appropriate
Second motion.
Correct. The second motion referred to there in the blue sheet as an option depending upon your action on the second reading.
So you would have a first motion if you were to desire to approve ordinance the 10746 on second reading, and if that passes, then you could have a follow-up motion to give these two businesses until October 31st to complete the conditional use permit process.
Okay. Yeah, I was just getting at this, that motion doesn't need to be made part of the...
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I heard when you needed to it. No,
Yeah,
I think
okay.
it would be better to be separate.
Okay.
Motion's okay. Any other questions for staff?
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anders. Any public comment on this?
Ray Ruska, 235 North Santa Fe. I'd like to repeat my objection to passing this ordinance, as I did previously. Does the city commission wonder why no business comes to Salina? Let's run them off before they get here, or when they come, let's start with some restrictions. If I was starting a business in Salina, I'd tell the city to take a hike and go somewhere else. You're restricting business by even attempting to do this, because what is happening, it's going to end up being a revenue generator for this CUP cost. And the one question I'd like to have answered is the zoning code for the city of Salina, is it complaint driven? The same way as the county. The county has to have a complaint before they do anything. Did the city have a complaint to start this process?
The short answer is I'm not sure you understand how the zoning code works. The zoning code works okay, states across the country enable their cities to have zoning codes. So in cities, zoning codes are very common, and in some counties, many counties, zoning codes are common. If you do not, in your zoning code, permit a specific type of use, the use is illegal. So if the commission took no action on the two topics, the tobacco shops and the e-cigarette establishments today, if they took no action whatsoever, those are illegal uses and would not be allowed in the city whatsoever. So what the commissioners are actually doing is taking action to allow them, pending a conditional use review by the Planning Commission. The purpose of the conditional use review is simply to look at each of their individual circumstances and determine if, in fact, there should be a condition placed on them. And sometimes there are conditions that are across the board, but generally speaking, you look at the individual circumstances, and that's really it. So they're actually enabling the uses, not prohibiting the uses. It's a very core aspect of a zoning code that you would see in any city across the country.
Well, you're probably familiar with Euclid, Ohio, where this all started about allowing zoning codes for the United States. Supreme Court decision. Are you familiar with that?
I have read it. I can't recite it.
Well, I don't believe that we should have to get permission to start a business from the local leaders. That's causing business to go away from this town, and it's been going on a long time. We need to stop this practice. And I don't know how to tell you how to do it, but you have to start someplace. You just need to say, I've had enough. Yeah. Let's go on and figure out another way.
Yeah. One thing to clarify, too, is we do not require business licenses in Salina, so not to confuse the issue, but when you say get permission to start a business, most people attribute that to a business license. We do not require business licenses in Salina.
Today, what does the CUP cost? CUP cost?
Hold on, I'm still speaking. Whether we should or we shouldn't, we don't do that. Again, I'd say 99% of cities have zoning, and you'd be going through the same process. So if simply having zoning to allow, in essence, a business to come into town or any use that wouldn't otherwise be listed to be in our community is a problem, they really don't have other communities to choose from, with the exception of maybe Houston. It's the only large city I'm aware of that doesn't have zoning code.
So you're saying a CUP is not a license to operate?
It's not a license, no.
Well, it's a requirement to operate, isn't it?
Yes.
So can you construe that as being a license then?
No. It's a different process. It's a different action. It's just a review of the use. You don't, there's not a review of the owner's backgrounds, there's not a review of owner's financial abilities or anything like that that you would see in other processes. It's about the use, that particular use in the area. That's it.
So we're having to amend a tobacco ordinance to make this okay for these companies to come in here. Is that what it is?
No, we're not, they're not addressing the tobacco ordinance at all.
It was defined in what Dean Andrews
It's in the zoning code.
came up with.
It's the zoning code. It's not the tobacco ordinance. The tobacco ordinance is a separate ordinance.
Well, he brings that up in the proposed ordinance.
There was a contemplation when we were discussing hookah bars as to whether the tobacco ordinance was a factor. But with regards to the e-cigarette establishments and with regards to tobacco shops, just being a use, tobacco shop meaning to sell out of, that doesn't affect the, there's no relationship between that and the actual tobacco ordinance.
Did I hear the word home just previously about restricting these devices in your home?
The sale of them.
Yeah. Yes.
You want to embellish that a little bit?
I'm
so
not
I
going to
understand
embellish.
it?
I can ask Mr. Andrew to repeat what he already had said, if you'd like him to.
Sure.
The City of Salina has a list of home occupations that you can conduct in your home, the most common of which we have in Salina is children's daycare and barber shops and beauty shops. It's pretty common for someone to have a one-chair beauty shop in their home. We also have a list of uses that you cannot conduct in a business out of a home. That would include things like you can't run an antique shop or a gun shop out of your home. You can't do auto repair or auto painting at your home. And so this would add e-cigarette establishments to the list of businesses you could not conduct in your home.
Right.
So you couldn't hang a sign on the front of your house and offer people to come in and sample e-cigarette juices.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. I think that's probably all I have to say today about this. I still object to this city even considering this ordinance because it's unnecessary. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else care to discuss this issue? Or have any questions, thoughts, comments? Okay. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to Commission for possible action.
I move that we approve on second reading ordinance number 14-10746 relating to establishing zoning regulations governing the permitted location of e-cigarette establishments, tobacco shops, and hookah establishments within the city of Salina.
Second.
Motion and a second to adopt on second reading ordinance number 14-10746. Any other discussion? Okay, if I could get a roll call, please, on that.
Commissioner Blanchard.
Aye.
Commissioner Crawford.
Aye.
Commissioner Hardy.
Aye.
Commissioner Shirley.
Aye.
And Mayor Householder.
Aye. That motion carries 5-0.
I also move that we pass a resolution allowing the businesses known as Juicy's located on South 9th Street and the business known as Vapes located on East Iron Avenue until October 31, 2014 to diligently pursue and complete the process necessary to determine whether it can obtain a conditional use permit for its current location.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to allow the continuation of business at Juicy's at South 9th and Vapes located on East Iron Avenue until October 31st, 2014 to pursue the process necessary to determine whether it can obtain a conditional use permit for its current location. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries 5-0.
Item 7.3, first reading ordinance number 14-10748, levying special assessments against certain lots and pieces of property to pay the cost of abatement of nuisances.
We have a report. Hey. The new rod. Is this your first, wait, is this your first public?
Yes, it is.
It is. Maybe the at-home players want to know who you are.
Okay. I am Andy Willems, the Deputy Finance Director for the City of Salina.
Great. There you go. A new, her number wasn't brought up under the new staffing. Yeah, you snuck in there. You're part of that $4.6 million increase, I think,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry.
Great.
Mayor and Commissioners, this item relates to nuisance abatements for the past year. And the nuisance abatement for mowing, cleaning, the property owner gets notified that they either need to mow or clean up. Then the city either has to go do it or contracts to do it. If they don't pay the amounts due that is billed to them, then they have to, or then we turn around and add that to their special assessments, and then it's paid through their tax bill. The total amount billed in this past year was $31,205, of which $7,390 has been paid. The remaining amount to be assessed and added to their special assessment bill is $23,814. And this covers all abatements basically from past July 1st through the end of June. The staff recommends that you approve this ordinance on first reading. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for staff on this issue? Oh, thank you.
These amounts,
sorry.
I'll ask one question. These amounts include administrative time involved in...
There is an administrative fee included in this assessment, yes.
What generally do we budget for that? Do we budget about $30,000 for that, or 40? Okay, typically, is this about an average year then?
The last couple of years has been around, the amount assessed is all I have. It was $22,000 last year and $28,000 the year before. I don't know what the actual amount billed was.
And my question probably more directed towards Mr. Hobby, and that is that, are we seeing does any of this affected by the property maintenance code? Do we expect to see an increase because of the property maintenance code?
You may expect to see an increase because we have 2 full-time staff members working on property maintenance this year. I do anticipate that we'll be spending very near our budget amount this year.
Okay, and just because, and this is mostly for the public here and at home, that you often hear about the conditions of why things are the way they are, and I think a lot of people aren't aware that we do pay roughly $25,000. Those are on the books, and we only get reimbursed for that as it gets taken off their property taxes, or they're assessed on their taxes, and that hopefully this property maintenance code isn't designed to penalize but to incentivize people to maintain their properties in a better condition, because we, quite frankly, if the budget's $40,000, that doesn't go, you can tell by reading the list here, it doesn't go very far. So it's hopefully, I just wanted to make sure that that with the property maintenance code being further enforced, which it will be, that our budget is going to be able to be sufficient next year. That
is very correct, and our main goal is to incentivize the property owner to take care of the issues or problems themselves by some type of a self-compliance issue. That doesn't always happen, and the only reason why we assess then or go back in with our contractor, as Andy has said, is when they do not comply with that period of time, or they're absentee owners and they do not have the abilities to actually come over and do the maintenance they need to do. So these are just the ones that we actually have to send our contractors out that we annually contract with to do their maintenance and repairs on the properties.
right. And one of the things that I notice in looking at this is a typical weed abatement. Your weeds get 18 inches high or whatever. It might cost you $30 or $40 to have a neighbor come over and cut it if you're not able. But in looking at this, it looks like a typical fee for something like that is on the order of $150.
Mm-hmm.
That is very correct. We have the small amount, as you mentioned, of $25 to $50 for the actual cost, but we also add a $115 for our administrative fee to that. So you may take that number or that value off of each one of these, but we have had some abatements of properties that have a lot of debris and trash that have run into several $1,000s to do.
It's always amazing to me that when I look through this list that people don't take care of their properties.
And this, again, is just a small portion of people who have just not completed their task.
Would a lot of these situations result from owners being absent? They're not connected with the property?
We have a fair amount of absentee owners of properties within the community, but majority of these, we have tried to make contact with the owner or a family member or a tenant who is actually in the property. So, again, this is just a small portion of what we actually see on a daily, monthly, weekly, yearly basis. So,
I would guess that a lot of these owners are not able to handle a fee that of this nature. Just based on some of the addresses that I've seen too.
That's very possible. And what you do not see here are the foreclosure houses,
Mm-hmm.
the houses that are in foreclosure that we go ahead and complete the abatement and are not eligible to assess to the property because they are in foreclosure.
Can you assess that to the bank or whoever owns the property?
We try to work with the bank and the owners, but
And they won't.
sometimes they do.
What mechanism do we do you track these on the GIS?
We've not mapped them for a couple of years. But if you're trying to get to the point where they're specifically located in any specific region of the city, it's within the city limits would be my answer. Yes, we could track them. That's one thing we have talked about.
Well, just as a follow-up to Commissioner Hardy's question, and that is any idea of how many of these are owner occupied, and how many of them would be rental type?
Right off the top of my head, no, I don't. I have no idea.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you very much. Any public comment on this issue?
Randall Holmes, Salina, Kansas. I want to speak to a pet peeve of mine about this issue. It seems that there is different treatment in the community depending on who you are, and maybe that is a wrong perception, but I've got a number of friends that have owned property reasonably close to railroad property, and they get it done from the city if the grass gets much higher than above ankle height, and at the same time the railroad property often has weeds 3 to 4 feet high in the right-of-way. Is it that we just don't have any teeth to get the railroad to take care of the property? I was going past Kansas Wesleyan last week, and the weeds in the right-of-way were getting about knee-high. And it just seems like sometimes there's a difference in how you're treated depending on who you are, and I'd like to know the why on that.
It's a good question.
That's a good question.
Yeah. Anyone care to address why the railroad is the most powerful landowner in Salina, Kansas?
If you want to know a large bureaucracy and be introduced to the railroad, we constantly are trying to contact the railroad to get the right-of-ways mowed. They have certain rights, but we do have the ability to apply these laws there. The responsiveness is very, very slow. I've often said in jest, but at some point seriously considered finding someone up high, like possibly the CEO of the railroad, and putting their home phone number, if you could get it, and call that number for if you have a complaint. But we are constantly, and it's not just weeds, and it's other things too.
Right. Yeah.
And quite honestly, they're a really good neighbor in a lot of ways. They truly are. This is not one of them.
But a resident of the city gets fined. The city goes out and mows it and fines you for it. The $100 fee for administration costs and whatever it costs to get it mowed or cleaned up. Why isn't that happening with the railroad?
I can't say it hasn't.
Actually, I've invested quite a bit of time in this issue and trying to make contact with the railroad, and you've hit on one of the issues. The enforcement mechanism that we have is an assessment against property taxes. The railroad's not subject to property taxes.
Okay.
So,
there is no civil fine possible? Because I swear property owners have talked to me about civil fines in the past.
Yeah, maybe.
Being charged.
These are in essence like civil fines until they mature to the point that they end up on the tax rolls. So then they convert basically. So that's what I think Mike's saying. There's a civil fine process, but if the road doesn't pay, we can't convert them to a property tax obligation.
They can ignore it. It goes to a property tax thing that they don't have to worry about.
No, I don't know if I would say that. But I will say it can be more difficult to collect.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
There's a second factor, and this may be more detail than you want, but 4th Street as an example is railroad right-of-way, and then we have a lease with them for 4th Street. And so some of the issues in terms of property lines, property maintenance, access to the railroad's property are very detailed parcel by parcel, location by location.
We also have the number for the contractor who is hired by the railroad, at least one of the railroad agencies in Salina, to let him know when his grasses are getting tall, but he takes care of the entire state of Kansas, so.
He'll be right over.
It's difficult to get him back, to mow more than once, maybe twice a year, so.
Well,
I do understand what's going on.
Commissioners, the one thing the railroad doesn't like, they don't like you working in the right of way.
Right, I was going to say.
So
Yeah.
we've talked about it. I think we may provide some program details of what we would like to do in their right of way. And they don't want you there because of safety, obviously.
Right, absolutely.
The best way to get their attention is make them think you're going to be there, or to actually be there to clean up their mess. So we will probably talk some more about that, but I can't disagree at all with the difficulty that we have getting the railroad to comply, because it's never a priority of really probably any railroad in the country, but we need to work harder and see what we can do.
And it is an issue we've discussed before. You're not the first time we've talked about it. I mean, it's been an issue before, but thank you. Anyone else from the public care to comment on whatever issue we're even talking about anymore? I've lost track. Mr. Ruska.
Ray Ruska, 235 North Santa Fe. I noticed a question that kind of jumped into my mind here about Mr. Hobby said that there were administrative costs a lot greater than the cost of doing the work. And my question is how are administrative costs determined? And I'd like a kind of a detailed answer about that, as far as who decides it and how it's actually calculated.
I'd be more than glad to take that. Every year, the City Commission adopts a comprehensive fee schedule. We estimate that staff time it takes to receive a telephone call, log that, have a staff go out and assess the property and make sure that it is above or below or whatever the case may be, to assess the property itself. And then that is, we come back to the office if there is a violation notice plus the violation fee, which basically is a $7.50 certified mailing plus a 35-40 cent mailing to the tenant as well. And so there's an original assessment, there is a mailing of the violation notice, there is a second assessment or sending to then after that we send it to the abatement contractor, and there's a final follow-up with making sure that the property was maintained or cleared as far as the violation is concerned. So we're at the site usually a minimum of 4 times, so staff time is included in that.
Well, isn't that part of the employee's job, to do that type of work? Or are we just deciding we're going to charge for certain things, and then what do they get paid for? I mean, other than just all of these things that they're doing, but if it's extra, then we give them a little more money.
I can answer that. Yeah, absolutely. It's part of their job. That's why we send them out to do that.
Right.
The difference is it depends what you want your tax rate across the community to be. If we can say, hey, community, for all the folks that decide that they want to have tall grass, weeds, junk, or whatever on their property and devalue our community, if we want the community as a whole to pay for that, we can do that. And to a degree, that probably happens some. But if we'd like people to be responsible for their property, and then if they don't, their property to be responsible for their property, which I think most people would agree with, that's the angle that we take. So that's why we do it that way. It keeps your taxes down, and most people are appreciative of that.
Well, it doesn't keep the taxes down because they're actually being assessed on their property. When you assess that fee, they have to pay it before they can sell their property.
Let me restate it. I want to be clear. It helps keep taxes down for across the board, across the entire community, by targeting those who should pay to have the property cleaned up.
Well, when you clean it up, then I'll just let that one go. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Okay, anyone else from the public? A few more detailed reports, and we're going to have to raise that mill levy again here, just in a few more minutes here. We're going to may have to readdress item 6 point whatever the heck that was. Yeah. Anyone else? Nope. Okay, I'll bring it back to the Commission for possible action.
Mayor,
Yes.
Come on, Kay.
You can make a motion.
Yeah.
I want to make a motion on first reading ordinance number 14, 10748, levying special assessments against certain lots of pieces of property to pay the cost of abatement of nuisances.
I'll second.
A motion is second to approve ordinance number 14-10748 on first reading. Any further discussion on this issue? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Mayor, can I pause for 1 second, ask somebody to turn some air on? It's
Yeah.
is it just me or is it getting really warm in here?
It's a little warm.
you're right.
It's really warm in here.
Okay, sure,
Thank you
sure.
so much.
By all means. Meeting goes much longer. I'm going to pause for
Oh
some
my
more
gosh.
breaks. here in a
Jeez,
minute.
no,
Yeah.
just
Air conditioning in the
I'm gonna fall
budget.
asleep.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Over here. Thanks.
They shut down about 5:15, 5:30.
What?
Oh,
The system shuts down.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
why I thought it was getting hotter in here.
that's just me.
Saving the taxpayer money.
Oh,
That's
goodness.
right. Looking out.
All right.
Yeah. That's all I got to wave. Oh, there's a paper. There you go.
Item 7.4, consideration of ordinance number 14-10749, repealing ordinance number 7096, which authorized and directed the Water Department of the City of Salina, Kansas to install and operate equipment which will fluoride the water supply system in the City of Salina, Kansas. Or consideration of ordinance number 14-10750, calling a special election, submitting the vote of the electors of the City of Salina, Kansas in accordance with the initiative and referendum statute, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 7096, which authorized and directed the Water Department of the City of Salina, Kansas to install and operate equipment which will fluoride the water supply system in the City of Salina, Kansas.
I'm telling you, with all this talk of water, I'm about ready to take a 5-minute break before we even go down this road. I have this fear that we may be here a while on this, between this and the next. Why don't we do that? Just take a quick little break and come back here at 5:40. Does that work for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. We've never had so much water.
This is All Things Considered. From NPR News, I'm Melissa Block.
And I'm Robert Siegel. We've been exploring the changing roles of men. And today we hear about...
Yeah.
All right, we'll start bringing everybody back in and pick up where we left off. Mr. Bankston went out in the hallway and saw his shadow, so we're going to be here for a little while longer.
That's a good one. Got you on the back for that one.
There you go.
That was good.
That's how I get the votes, baby. Yeah. 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 Anyway, bringing us back, Mr. Bankston.
As the clerk indicated, you have alternative ordinances before you in this item. That is sort of, we are in the context of state law, and that is Kansas initiative.
Your mic on? Is your mic on?
I'm sorry.
Good to see you.
The point I was making was unique circumstance for you to have alternative ordinances presented to you like this. We're in the context of the Kansas Initiative and Referendum statute. And as the name would imply, it is the unique circumstance in which citizens can initiate legislative action by the City Commission. And if the City Commission does not choose to take that action, the matter proceeds to referendum. And we are at that juncture in the process that was precipitated by the July 21 filing of a petition that seeks to repeal the ordinance, that ordinance number 7096, which authorized and directed the Water Department of the City of Salina to install and operate equipment which would fluoridate the water supply system in the City of Salina. And as we know, that is the current condition. That is an appropriate use of the initiative and referendum statute to seek to repeal an existing ordinance, and that is what the petition seeks to do. That is why, as a result of that petition being filed and it being verified as having the requisite number of signatures by the county election officer, that this alternative matter is before you. From the time of that certification, the Commission has 20 days in which to either enact the ordinance as presented to you, that's that first alternative, or choose not to. The choice obviously to enact the ordinance would be your standard process of a first and second reading. The other alternative, of course, is either a motion could be made for adoption. It could either fail for lack of a second or be acted upon and not be passed, in which case that would be deemed a failure to adopt, or it could simply fail for lack of a motion to adopt. If that is what is to occur, if you do not consider or enact on first reading ordinance number 1410749, the first one that has been presented to you, then you are directed by state law to call the special election that is called for in the alternative ordinance number 1410750. The reason that is referred to as a special election is that the statute requires you to call a special election unless there is a city election within 90 days. There is certainly not a city election within 90 days, but we do have an upcoming general election. And we have confirmed with the county election officer that it would be appropriate and allowable for us to call a special city election to be held on the same day and in conjunction with the general election as the means of avoiding the cost of a special election. So we obviously appreciate the county election officer's cooperation and assistance in that regard. It's your prerogative if you don't enact the first ordinance and you wish to call the special election, it's your prerogative to call it as of any date you might wish. The statute refers to calling it forthwith, but obviously calling it on the general election does provide that more economical approach. So be happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Great. Any questions for city staff? Okay. Thanks, sir. Any public comment on this issue?
I have one simple comment here. If you decide to repeal the 14-10749 ordinance that's in effect right now, can it be brought back next year or put back in again without any delay, as far as like 1 or 2 or 3 years? Then the point being is that if it goes to referendum and it's voted to take the fluoride out of the water, I think statute says that the commission could not put it back in within 10 years. It has to go past 10 years. And I'm not sure if that's 100% correct, but maybe Mr. Bankston can answer that.
That is correct. The intent of this statute is to, whatever is the outcome of the action that results, it's intended to be in place. The effect of that is intended to be in place unless it is possible for it to be taken back to a follow-up referendum. But the commission on its own volition could not take an action contrary to the results of the referendum.
But could the commission take action for the, it's 10 years, according to state statute, if it goes to referendum, to be able to bring it back? Is it?
Without further referendum, yes.
Yeah, without further. But as far as the, if you repeal the ordinance that's in effect right now, the commission, without going to referendum, can it be brought back within a shorter period of time?
In this context, I would want to pull the statute to look again. I had not anticipated that question, and it's a good question. And I can do that if the commission would wish to know the answer. It would take me just a matter of minutes. But I don't want to misstate the consequence of your first alternative as far as the binding effect of that.
Well, that would be, under these conditions, it would probably be appropriate if you could do that within a few minutes.
I can certainly do that, and if the commission wishes, this is the type of item that could certainly be tabled long enough for me to do that and brought back yet today,
We can just hang around and work our jaws for 5 minutes while you do it. We have no shortage of things to talk about, I'm sure. Up here, we can always find something to
We'll take
give you
another 5-minute break.
Yeah, right. So maybe we should ask this question before I shut us down too early. So basically, your concern is, and it goes back sort of like the LGBT, when it gets put on there without a general, another petition and bringing it brought up, this question, as a general rule, could not be brought up again for 10 years. Now, we did discuss that. Yeah, we won't go down that road. But
Well, let me ask it. Let me just ask a quick question. If I understand the nature of your question, are you thinking that today, the scenario would be today we vote to repeal it, thereby eliminating the need for an election or the referendum, and then after that little bit of time, then we come back and we put it back? Is that what you're suggesting?
That's what I'm concerned about,
Okay.
yeah. And that's, like Mr. Bingston was saying, that is a question that needs to be answered so that you can make the appropriate decision based on the law. Isn't that correct?
Well, I can only speak for myself here. I don't have any evil intention of doing something like that, circumventing.
I'm not saying you
a
are,
petition
Mr. Blanchard.
That is, so I don't know that, but I'm just to say that I don't know that, at least for me, that Mr. Bankson needs to look at that, because I'm
So
not
you've made a decision before there's a motion, is what you're saying?
Well,
No, I'm saying that I have no intention of doing something that's disingenuous.
Well,
So,
if I may answer, maybe this will answer the question, and I do apologize for not knowing the answer to the question. The focus
You're supposed
is...
to know everything.
You're supposed to know all of this.
Well,
Do you know?
It's a fairly basic point. I'll have to acknowledge that.
1896, City of Salina versus...
Generally, the discussion relates to the effect of the referendum, and I'm confident in my answer in that regard. But I just frankly have not looked in a while at the consequence if you were to enact the ordinance and then try to do something different in a certain period of time. The only thing I was going to say was I do think that's, and I'm looking to Mr. Hruska to see if he agrees with me, that is rendered somewhat academic if the commission does not wish to entertain adoption of the ordinance
right.
by its own motion.
And I understand that, and that is true, but it'd be nice to know what the rules are prior to the commission even voting on it.
Well, it would only be important to us if we were interested in the first motion.
Right. That's right.
So I don't know that.
The other people in the room and listening.
Listen, I can juggle for a few minutes if you need. Actually, I can't really juggle, but I can learn to juggle in the 5 minutes.
Get your guitar out and start playing.
Sing strong few songs here. We have a little kumbaya session here. Yeah.
Well,
Suggest they just amend it, follow the same rules as the ballot measure would enforce.
we can't,
We're not going to rewrite the law.
Yeah, we're not going
It's statute's uniformly applicable and not subject to modification at this level. No.
All right.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to pay attention
Did I say
and read at the same time, and I'm not doing very well.
No. Are you going ahead and reading here? Is that what you're doing?
I'd be happy to if that is your wish.
No, you are. No, I'm saying you're looking.
Yeah, I've got the statute.
Okay, great. We'll just keep plugging along. You just tell us when you're ready.
You can start singing here, maybe.
Yeah.
No, I think he's ready.
Oh, are you ready?
No, I'm not ready. That's
Okay.
my problem.
Well, I tell you what, Mr. Hruska, how about this? While he is looking up this law, and we'll have his
Let's
reading.
discuss the merits of.
Are we
of
discussing the
in and of
ordinance?
itself.
Well, maybe we could hear from the rest of the public a little bit while we're on that. That might
a great
help.
idea.
Does that work for you?
Well,
And we'll
that'd be
come back
fine.
to it. And,
I think they're probably in agreement,
okay, but maybe they have some other issues or something.
Are
like
you
that.
speaking for them?
Yeah. So,
Sounds like it.
yeah, so maybe, are you, oh, wait, yes?
With Mr. Gage's assistance, I was, yes, the language is clear that the consequence is the same as to the binding effect. It refers to either the action by the governing body or as a result of the referendum.
Yeah.
So, as I somewhat anticipated but didn't want to misspeak, it is same outcome.
10 years.
10 years, unless, as I say, unless there is a reinitiation of a referendum.
You mean to put it back in?
Well,
Yes.
it can't change within 10 years strictly at the discretion of the governing body. The governing body could choose to say, we want to take it back to a referendum. And it could potentially change, but only as a consequence of a subsequent referendum.
So the governing body could actually, 5 people could make a decision to take it to referendum, whereas the other side of the equation, the public had to present a petition of referendum to be able to accomplish the same thing.
Well, this is the elected body,
Yeah.
so the elected legislative body, so they generally do have that much
So you're
prerogative,
saying that
certainly.
the elected body has more power than the public?
No, I'm not. I'm saying how they get there is a little different. But we're seeing the perfect example of how in Kansas, there is the ability to advance legislation by petition. And we're seeing that process at work. And I'm assuring you that the rules are the same at this stage, regardless of whether the commission takes action today to enact the ordinance or whether it goes on to referendum.
So under those conditions, I would support them repealing the original ordinance, since it'd be the same amount of time. Otherwise, it goes to referendum. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Anyone else from the public comment on this issue? Great.
I've been anti-fluoridation of water as long as I can remember, in particular because of what I believe to be serious health consequences potentially due to fluoridation levels in public water, especially when you consider that the fluoride being used, it is my understanding, is not a pharmaceutical grade fluoride, but an industrial grade fluoride, which puts us at even more risk, especially if that fluoride is coming from a foreign country where there is no control over quality. I asked the city consider repealing ordinance number 7096 because it is also my understanding that this went to a ballot issue before we fluoridated the water in Salina, Kansas originally, and in that ballot issue the city commission was told no by the public, and then after that no vote from the public went ahead and fluoridated the water anyway. I think you would simply be correcting a wrong that happened a long time ago that spoke against what the public as a majority wanted at that time.
Do you recall when that was, what year that was?
Oh,
1968.
56, okay.
Yeah, 56, 55, 56 was the ballot, I believe.
Okay.
668 was the putting it in.
Okay, so 56 was, okay, 68 came.
But there are strong health concerns by a very knowledgeable amount of people in the country, and I don't think we need to be adding health risk to our water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on this issue? Oh, of course. No, I mean, yeah. Of course you got to talk. You come up all the time. You rarely come up.
I know.
You rarely come
I
up.
haven't been up for a while.
Yeah.
Judy Larson, 715 North 9th. And my cousins lived here in the mid-50s when this whole fluoridation thing came up. And it's something that us Swedes in Lindsberg were intelligent enough not have to deal with. But I remember that it came up in the mid-50s, and my question is, with all this mess, and with all this discussion and this alleged intelligence, if we decide to go through this again in 10 years, will we have to go through the study sessions again, and we'll have to go through all this crap again? And why can't we just go with what we've got and go with the studies that have been done and trust the people we've elected and the experts we've sought out and just decide on it, you know. And 10 years from now, if we decide something else, so be it. But leave it alone, for heaven's sake. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Oh, and I think my of course was when you raised your hand. It was more of a, of course you can come forward. Not, of course it's you, but I'm always conscious, people. Yeah. Hello.
My name is Alan Reed. I am an orthodontist. My office address is 920 East Cloud. I would just suggest to the commission that I hope you will make your decision based on facts and evidence rather than rumors and emotions. I can tell you that it is an indisputable fact that when fluoride is incorporated in tooth enamel in the proper amount, the tooth enamel is resistant to decay. It therefore is a health benefit to the public by improving the dental health of the public. There are many studies to support what I've said, and that fact is simply not in question. It is certain to be true. There are a lot of other information sources which are perhaps not so reliable, and we could discuss those to a great length, but I would suggest to you that the simple fact that fluoride is a benefit makes it a good choice. I would also suggest to you that we've had or you have the opportunity to either vote it down or let it go to vote. I would suggest to you the best option is to let it go to vote. Let the people decide. Let the democratic process work. Usually the people make the best choice, but not always. You know, they may choose their own choice, but that's the democratic process.
Yeah.
I would be happy to engage in an intellectual discussion about the risks or benefits of fluoride with anybody that wants to discuss it. You know, again, it's just simply a known fact that it helps.
Great. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Lou Tryon, 2122 Leland Way. Before the 1950s, before they put the fluoridation in, the American Dental Association thought it was the worst thing ever, and they condemned it over and over. And the minute fluoridation was put in by the government, they changed their mind and went the opposite way. So I don't know how you can say that an industrial waste is good for you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, Allison Lesko, general dentist. Office address is 1920 South Ohio. Just kind of echoing what Dr. Reed had said as far as, you know, basing what you decide today on science. We have many, many years of science showing important numbers as such of saying that fluoridated water, when it's in the correct amount, which is a healthy dosage, and again, we can get into discussions about unhealthy dosages and not, and the health effects that can cause, it will reduce decay in those teeth by 40 to 70%. And something that was really interesting and brought it home was a study that was done by the Kansas Oral Health Screenings, where they looked at children in the state of Kansas from kindergarten to 12th grade, and this was in 2012. And they found that when you look at a population such as Wichita, which is not fluoridated, that they had 46% of those children having either fillings or cavities in their mouth, versus Salina, which is fluoridated, only having 25%. So that's a 45% decrease in decay in our city alone. I think that shows how effective fluoride in our water is and why it's so important to keep that in there. So I to echo Dr. Reed's recommendation, let this go to a public vote. I think that, again, educating them and letting them see the benefits and risks would be best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask Dr. Lesko a question?
Sure.
Okay. I was just curious, people are talking about the various grades of fluoride, and I was wondering if you know of anything that, you know, comparing the two.
I do know that our fluoride that's coming from there is, and I like to say how it's pharmaceutical waste, and it's more of a byproduct, much like I think of the sugar refineries and it being molasses, a byproduct of the sugar refineries. So it is coming in a clean, sterile, that's being transported in good ways. So I would not be concerned at all about any health contaminants or risk from that at all.
So really more of a, so the description that it's some sort of waste in the negative sense is sort of
Yeah.
a mischaracterization of it's just a byproduct is really
Absolutely.
is probably a more accurate description. Okay,
Absolutely. Any other questions?
Good question, Commissioner. Okay, thank
I'm
you.
here too if you guys have any other questions in the future. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Dennis Benoit, 1773 20th Road outside of Canopolis, Kansas. But I was born here, that's why I'm concerned. As I said, I think last week, that sodium fluorosilicate that we get from China is an industrial grade fluoride waste, and the normal use is for rat poison, insecticide, and a fumigant to kill insect eggs. As far as the concentration, maybe Marcia Tasker, could confirm that within the last 3 years, that optimum concentration that they put into the water that's considered the best to receive the best dose has dropped by almost half. They've cut it in almost half. And then, let me see. That's about it. So please consider that, but I still think as Wichita voted, I think it needs to go to the people, as they voted it down 60%. It also went to Portland, Oregon last year, I think in April. They voted it down by 60%. And on the 25th of this month, Israel is going to stop fluoridation. So what do they know that we don't? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay, I'll bring it back to the Commission for possible action. Any further discussion as well? So,
I move that we approve ordinance number 14-10750, calling a special election, submitting to the vote of the electors of the City of Salina, Kansas, in accordance with the initiative and referendum statute, KSA 12-3013, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 7096, which authorized and directed the Water Department of the City of Salina, Kansas, to install and operate equipment which will fluoridate the water supply system in the City of Salina, Kansas.
Second.
motion and second to adopt ordinance number 14-10750. Any further discussion?
Mayor and Commissioners.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Certainly the motion, as stated, was appropriate. May I suggest that, just for the record, Mayor, that you call for action on the initial ordinance, just so it is absolutely clear whether action is taken or not in relation to the original ordinance.
Okay, okay.
And as I say, Commissioner, your action was totally appropriate, and I should have suggested that earlier that we call the first ordinance just to be absolutely
Perfectly
sure.
fine. So just simply ask if there is anyone who would like to care to take action on ordinance number 14-10749. Okay, seeing none. Do we need to restate that motion?
Just died for lack of a motion.
Died for lack of motion. And then do we need to have him restate his motion for 10750, or just we're okay there?
I think if you'll just acknowledge it, Mayor, that
Okay.
should suffice.
We do have a motion and a second for ordinance number 14-10750. If there's no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Commissioners, real quick, from a follow-up direction perspective, now that will be placed on the ballot, staff will have inquiries. There'll be a lot of discussion. Likely we'll see some formalization of the groups who are pro-fluoride, anti-fluoride, and so forth, and they'll have their discussions. We'll probably get information requests. I want to try to make sure that we're clear as a staff on what your expectations are for information sharing. Certainly, because we have a ballot issue, we're not there to say you should or shouldn't vote for something, so I want to make sure that you understand that we're clear about that, nor will we be pointing towards any scientific data or research, because we recognize that you'll find it on both sides. It's not our role as well, because you'll have groups that provide that information. There is factual information if the question's asked right about what we do, what product we provide, and so forth. That is really subject to open record anyway, but we can probably fairly easily answer those types of factual questions with factual answers. The only other thing I would ask is that, or suggest is that, as a city government, we can rely on citizen debate all day on technical issues when, in fact, many times a lot of the folks involved in the debate are not educated on the topic or rely on sources that may or may not be valid sources. I can't tell you what those are, and that's why we don't get involved in that. But what I do know is that we do rely, from a health-related perspective, cities and states rely on certain organizations. The Health Department, Federal Department of Health and Human Services is one of those that has an opinion on this. The Environmental Protection Agency is another, and there may be a couple others. And I guess the question is are you comfortable with us pointing people to those folks and the information they have, not picking it out, just pointing to them with regards to that? Because, quite honestly, that's who we rely on to help give us guidance with those types of things. Is that a comfort level that you have? That's as far as I can see that we would go in our role.
And who
certainly will want to encourage the vote, but that's just one small piece of education.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I kind of think that it would be just, my thought is that it would be disrespectful to those people who stood out in the heat with petitions if we didn't let it go to a vote. I mean, that's a lot of work. And I appreciate the work they did.
Your government at work.
Item 7.5, resolution number 14-7127, adopting fees and charges for the management of the public right-of-way and for the placement of wireless telecommunication facilities in the public right-of-way.
Oh, Mr. Stack.
Dean and I teamed up on this one. This is in relation to the last few weeks of ordinances for right-of-way management and DAS facilities. We worked with staff in the city attorney's office to try to come up with the right fees to charge for managing the right-of-way, as well as application fees for what do you call them? Administrative permits for the wireless ordinance. As far as, I'll speak mostly at this point to the right-of-way management fees. $65 is what we came up with, and we looked at, I guess later in the blue sheet I talked about the cities and what their costs are. So we looked at quite a few of the Kansas City area cities have a certain fee, and then Hayes was another one we could find that was a little lower fee. And a lot of them, you have excavations, so you have a lot of different people excavating in the right-of-way, but in the case of this fee, this is for the utility companies that the right-of-way management ordinance applies to. So it's a little different, but we still were able to feel like that we were just going to fit, maybe not be on the high end, but in the middle to upper end of it. And we'll just have to look and see what our workload's going to be and how much time that these permits are going to take and how much review is involved. And a lot of cities have kind of established that, so we feel like we'll start with that and see where we end up. So that was the try to keep track of our time and what it costs per hour and how much we're spending on it. Dean, do you want to talk about the franchise portion, or you want me to just ask questions? Or ask? Do they want? Yeah, do you have any questions on any of these, and we'll just try to answer whatever you might have.
Great. Any questions for staff on this? Look at that.
Oh, that's great.
Time-saving example. That's
time
again,
helps, so
CPI at work.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any public comment on these issues? Sure.
Yeah, Norman Mann, West Pleasant Hill Road, Salina. Why are we allowing this stuff to be put in the right-of-way? The State Highway Department does not allow any public or private utilities to be putting in the state highway right-of-ways. By putting this in the right-of-way, the public right-of-way, we're starting to obstruct our view. We're trying to present a view to get people to come here to see how nice it looks, not cluttered up. So we need to look about whose convenience it is for. It's for the company that wants to put it in the right-of-way. Well, the public comes first. Beautification, if that's what we're trying to do to get people in here.
I think you'll have to lobby Congress on this one. I believe that's federal, isn't it? That we basically cannot stand in the way of.
Yeah, it's really a couple things. I think, practically speaking, would we like to have natural gas and electricity to warm and cool our homes, and would we like to have telecommunication services? I think we'll learn later that we do a lot.
Yeah.
And so forth and so on. So part of it is you want your community to have access to those services for the citizenry. The second part is as you mentioned, and from a legal perspective, that's the right-of-way is where these things, for the most part, belong, and that's provided by state law and federal law. And so the role we have is to simply try to regulate it to the best degree we can for aesthetic purposes, and make sure that we don't have disruptions to the use of the right-of-way that harms any other users, that type of thing. And so, and to be, have good information about what's in there. That's, for the most part, really what our role is.
Yeah. So it's pretty limited our ability to say no. And in fact, our ability to say no is probably not an ability. So, yeah.
Well, most of the utilities are underground, or right-of-way users are underground.
That I can accept that, but it's these above ground stuff that's being put in.
Well, electricity is one of them.
Well, you can bury electricity underground, because I used to be in that construction business, but it costs too much for the company.
Right.
Well,
and for the citizens, probably.
Yeah. Here's all I'm saying. Everybody today is wanting to spend money for everything. I'm thinking, wait till the editorials and stuff come out about how much everything costs. It's like, it's easy to say when it's onesie, twosie, but when you take the whole big picture, it's pretty expensive. So, anyway, you sure?
I get frustrated when we're told the feds have told us we don't have any choice. I have a question for legal staff and the commission. There are a number of residential subdivisions around Salina where the developer paid extra and the property owners paid extra to get all their utilities buried.
Right.
Are they now going to see above ground utility access forced on them?
Yeah, I was going to say, I would point out that most of those probably weren't paid for by the developer.
Yeah, the short answer is no, they won't, and it's because Dean could provide the history, but quite a few years ago, the City Commission approved a policy requiring that electric utilities be buried in residential applications. Again, there's, when you start looking at commercial applications, it gets to be a little bit more difficult, and there can be cost involved. If they're in easement, not already in the right-of-way, we take on the cost. So those are things that have to be weighed, but it's been a requirement in residential subdivisions for many years, so no, I do not expect that to change.
Okay, but now if we're seeing wireless telecommunications put in that right-of-way, by nature they will be above ground and not buried.
Yeah, and we'll get into that a little bit more in the next item. I think the main issue is well, let me speak more to the zoning side, since we've already approved that. And what that says is it says, first of all, you need to find an existing pole. That's the first emphasis, and that's very typical.
Okay,
so that's the first thing, which is a good thing. But if there are not any poles, and then there's a pretty extensive process to basically prove that you couldn't otherwise operate the system, and that's when we get into where limitations of authority are. If they could show that the location that they're proposing would need a pole, and they could not provide this service any other way, then we really are supposed to legally grant that location. I think there's a question about buried. It depends on the type of utility. Some are more oriented towards burial than others. The service we're going to talk about is not real oriented to that, particularly with other utilities, and that's the challenge we run into. So we're trying to mitigate it as much as possible.
So in the subdivisions where utilities are buried, there are more restrictions, if I'm hearing you right, than in a subdivision where where electrical isn't buried.
Yeah, and from a zoning perspective, when we're talking about telecommunications in particular, and in particular a DAS service, which we'll talk about from a franchising perspective here in a second. From a zoning perspective, if we're talking about a residential zone, it's much more restrictive in the residential zone in the C5 business district than it would be in other locations in our community.
Okay, thank you.
You're sure welcome.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else on this? appreciate everybody's concern of the beautification of our neighborhood. Our neighborhoods. That's something we've been working on for a long time, and so it's important to us too. So I appreciate that. I'll bring it back to Commission for possible action.
I move we approve Resolution Number 147127, adopting fees and charges for the management of the public right-of-way and for the placement of wireless telecommunication facilities in the public right-of-way.
Second.
Motion and second to adopt Resolution 14-7127. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries 5-0.
Item 7.6, first reading, ordinance number 14-10742, granting an amended telecommunications franchise to Idea Tech Telecom LLC, formerly known as Wildflower Telecommunications LLC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Idea Tech Systems, Inc.
Mr. Gage.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. We do have a request from Wildflower. I'll call them Wildflower. It's easier. To have a what they call DAS, Distributed Antenna System service within our community, and for us to, as a city, to franchise their ability to do that. Just to give you an idea, we currently have, when we use the word franchise, it's a little different process than other allowances. We do franchise electricity, Westar. We franchise Kansas Gas Service for natural gas, Southwestern Bell Telephone, AT&T, and of course Wildflower has been franchised as a telecommunications provider before. And that action occurred in 2013, so it's fairly recent. They are a company based in Bueller. They provide basic telecommunications services, as we mentioned. When we looked at this, they certainly have a legal a statutory right to utilize the city's right-of-way for telecommunication purposes to the extent they're acting as a provider under the state laws. The franchising authorities, we mentioned, grants the cities with the ability to, in essence, manage and adopt regulations associated with that, and also to collect a gross receipts fee, which is for the provider services, the telecom services, is at 5% of gross receipts. In June of this year, they contacted, there was a change in the name. Wildflower Telecommunications LLC changed its legal name to Idea Tech Telecom LLC. Idea Tech Systems, Inc. is now the parent company, with Idea Tech Telecom LLC considered as a wholly owned subsidiary. So this is kind of a naming and a little bit of movement there, not anything that's really relates to what we're doing here. The company is a Kansas limited liability company subject to the rules and regulations of the Kansas Corporation Commission and also the Federal Communications Commission. So not only to the city's regulations, there are plenty of others at the state and federal level. They have requested an amendment to their current franchise agreement in order to deploy the DAS small cell distributed antenna system within Salina. The purpose is to contract with a private company that wishes to provide a complementary cellular service. And when we're talking about complementary, we mean it complements what the cellular service that you would typically see with the large cellular antennas. I can't say that word too many times. In this role, state law, our interpretation is that state law considers Wildflower to be a competitive infrastructure provider in accordance with state law, because they intend to lease the infrastructure to another service provider. And that's the key, is to lease it to someone else rather than provide it themselves. So they really wear two hats. One is a provider for telecom, where they provide that service, and another is a competitive infrastructure provider. As recently presented to you, and there are some photos in your packet, DAS can be briefly described as just a short-range cellular tower with a range of usually less than a mile, typically mounted on an existing or new utility pole. The systems use clusters of small cell DAS tied into a network, so it wouldn't be uncommon to see certain areas where there's a weakness in coverage or a desire to strengthen the coverage to complement the system. You'd see those spaced out so that each antenna can serve its roughly 1 mile area. They do complement larger cellular systems. They're part of those systems and connected through a fiber technology. One of the reasons for this is it is an emerging technology. It is in a few cities in Kansas, and it's emerging pretty quickly. So it's presumed to be more cost-effective service than utilizing the large cell tower for every change in the demand and the need to provide the service. It's currently available in Overland Park and Olathe. It's being looked at in other communities, including Hutchinson, Garden City, Newton, Emporia, McPherson. As I mentioned, we do have some graphic illustrations, so you can kind of look. There are different types of antennas, different ways of masking those, and so forth. And those are some of the aspects that we addressed recently in our zoning code. After significant legal review, staff believes that in Wildflower's capacity of installing and leasing the DAS facilities, again, they are a competitive infrastructure provider, and an amended franchise would be the best approach. So that's why we're here with an amended franchise. A competitive provider basically leases or sells their telecom infrastructure to another entity who will provide the service. Under the proposed amended franchise, Wildflower would be authorized to continue to use the right-of-way, the city's right-of-way, for the purposes authorized in the existing franchise that they have with us. They would also be authorized to install and lease the DAS facilities in the capacity of a competitive infrastructure provider. We have in there with their application a map of locations in which they initially intend to place a small cell DAS, and those locations may not be exact, but they do give you an idea. That placement is subject to the city's approval, the locations and facilities under our current ordinances. The amended franchise ordinance is similar to the original, pretty similar to the original version, and that also granted to others. Though with DAS, this is the first provider of DAS. Please keep that in mind. It's subject to certain changes to address and accommodate the new facilities and also their designation as a competitive infrastructure provider. Some quick kind of aspects of this: the granting of the franchise actually provides the permission from the city's perspective to be in the right-of-way, and as we did mention, there is an inherent right to be there, and it's our role is to manage that. Under most circumstances. It's not an absolute right. Please keep that in mind as a competitive infrastructure provider. We do not believe it's an absolute right. The term of the franchise is from the approval date through December 31st of 2016 with up to 17 automatic one-year extensions unless terminated by either party. The total term is 20 years. The franchise provides that the city will not fully terminate their right under the franchise to place facilities in the right-of-way unless the terms of the franchise are breached and/or applicable law permits. What that means is in those year increments, those aren't used arbitrarily to say it's terminated, and the reason is because legally that would be frowned upon. There needs to be a reason, a violation of the franchise, some legally based reasons for that. The city may request a renegotiation of franchise terms at any contract interval. The key terms are defined within the franchise ordinance. The franchise ordinance also provides the same 5% gross revenue fee applied to both local exchange revenue and also to related leasing revenue. In addition, Wildflower also agrees to pay all required fees for reviewing and approving permit applications. We mentioned the right-of-way fees and the zoning fees. The city retains the right to inspect Wildflower's books once per year to verify franchise fee payment accuracy, which is a pretty important thing to do. We have some typical insurance and hold harmless provisions that you will see in our contracts, the provisions for removal of facilities when that's triggered, and some miscellaneous other provisions. As I mentioned, you recently did adopt both zoning regulations and right-of-way management regulations, which Wildflower and any other similarly situated entity would be subject to. To operate in Kansas, Wildflower is also under the review. Reporting and the regulations is established by the Kansas Corporation Commission. And under applicable state and federal law, it's the City of Salina's legal counsel opinion that the city is required to consider the requested franchise amendment and all citing requests in a competitively neutral manner. What that means is that if we address Wildflower today and we apply certain rules to Wildflower, and later a different DAS provider comes to town, they would need to be subject to the same rules. We wouldn't want to change rules for different providers. The city's decisions or regulations must not also have the effect of fully prohibiting or effectively prohibiting the provision of the service. They do have a right to provide a certain right to provide the service, so we can't in essence prohibit that. That being said, under federal law, we have the discretion to deny any DAS facility location so long as the denial is accomplished in a competitively neutral way. And we do have a process within the zoning code to review those locations. The administrative approval process is applied if the intent of facility request is in any zoning district other than a residential zoning district or the C4 central business zoning district. If it's outside of any residential or the C4, in the zoning code there's specific requirements that have to be met. If those are met, then the staff has the authority to grant an administrative approval. If not, if those aren't met, or if it's within any residential zoning district or the C4, then there is a special needs-based approval, a special permit process that includes a needs-based evaluation based on technical assessment that would have to occur. It's more in depth. Again, you're into the technical information there. And that's the reason for that is because there's a recognition by staff that quite honestly, there is a facility there. There's going to be an antenna. There's going to be a box, and you may have folks that don't like that. They don't want to see that. Now, you can look across our community and see various boxes and antennas and poles and wires and stuff from other utility providers, but our objective is to minimize and mitigate the impacts of those types of things that are necessary for the service as much as possible from an aesthetic and perspective in our community. So that's why those are built in. And again, the ordinances you had recently approved, the right-of-way and zoning ordinances, are based with a lot of research from other communities, including those in the Kansas City metro area. With regards to our strategic plan, the goal number 6 indicates that we'll try to make Salina a city that has connectivity physically and socially. And there's no question, strong telecommunication services, fast bandwidths, good services are part of that. And so this does fit into that, we believe. From the fiscal perspective, it's really difficult to tell. We can basically consider this sort of a revenue neutral at this point in time. We wouldn't expect to see any decrease by any means, but if we look at it and say, well, Jason, would you expect a significant increase in revenue? Not necessarily. It's a complementary service. Certainly there would be some gross receipts or gross revenue based on the leasing. But I wouldn't expect this to be a large revenue producer. It's not intended to be, and I wouldn't expect that to be the case. So we have some alternatives for you. We have approval of Ordinance 14-10742, which provides an amended telecommunications franchise to Ideatech Telecom, LLC, formerly known as Wildflower Telecommunications, LLC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Ideatech Systems, Inc., or do not approve ordinance number 14-10742 at this time. Staff does believe that we've got all of our items in order, and we would recommend approval. Prior to you taking final consideration, Ideatech does have some folks here, and they would like to provide some information. I will turn it over to Greg to introduce them.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I wanted to briefly mention that my partner, Aaron Martin, who is here today, took the lead role in relation to the work on the proposed franchise ordinance, and is certainly available for any questions you might have from the city standpoint. Jill Droge, the Director of Sales and Marketing at Ideatech, is here on their behalf today, as well as Eddie Watson, their counsel, who is with the Wichita office of Folston Siefken. And we certainly appreciate Mr. Watson's involvement in the work in developing the franchise to this point as well. They have a presentation that they would like to make for you, and they did prearrange for that to be projected for your benefit. It's your prerogative, but just wanted to let you know that they're prepared to do that if that is your wish, and I would imagine they would like to address you.
Be careful when you dim the lights this late in the meeting.
Can I go to sleep?
Yeah, right. That's what I'm thinking. Sure, come ahead if you want. Yeah. Well, while he's coming up, was there any questions for staff immediately, or can it wait till after the film?
We can go.
Sounds good. Get a little taste of Salina politics today. Yeah, it's not normally this exciting. Yeah.
Oh, it's exciting everywhere.
Yeah.
Good evening, Your Honors. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I certainly won't belabor the effort. The work that we've done has been, I think, adequately described by staff and your counsel. My name is Ed Watson, and I'm from, as mentioned, Wichita. I work with Folston Siefken, and we represent Ideatech, and we are rolling out this technology throughout the state. We believe that this is going to improve the telecommunications infrastructure throughout the state. I think one of the things that is that doesn't get highlighted, it'll get highlighted in the PowerPoint, is that not only do we bring the DAS facilities into the community, but we also bring a lot of new fiber optic capability. And so when the ring is built around the city, there will be opportunities not only for the city, but for businesses in the city to improve their broadband infrastructure and to make use of this capability. And we think that it'll make the community much more accessible in terms of telecommunications. I'd like to thank the staff, Mr. Martin, and council representing the city, because this has not been a painful process. And I can tell you that I am dealing and have dealt with places where it has been painful. They've represented you well. And we are certainly in support of the ordinance. We like the terms of it. And I think that as soon as it is approved, we'll be here working with your staff, trying to find a way that we can bring this without bringing a lot of disruption to your community and bring you this capability. At this time, I'm going to, oh, there she is. I'm going to ask Ms. Droz just to give you a little highlight at a high level of what it is we're doing, and so that you can address any questions you have about this DAS facilities. In my mind, it's an awesome alternative to us coming in here and asking to put large cell towers, because those aren't very popular in, well, really anywhere in the country. And so this is a great alternative, and I think you will enjoy and appreciate what Ms. Droz has to show you. Thanks much.
Thank you, Ed. Mayor, Commissioners, thanks for taking time to speak with us about this. I'll try to make this painless as possible. I know it's been a long night. John, if you want to go ahead and flip a couple of slides for me. So the first thing we're going to show you is basically what the antennas look like. So this is a small cell antenna. As you can tell, it's setting on top of a pole. As was mentioned earlier, you know, obviously our first thing is to try to find a light pole that'll fit on so we don't have to put in a new pole. But in the event that we do, they're about 3 feet tall by a foot wide, so the antenna itself is what you see setting on top. This particular picture shows a pad-mounted cabinet, and by that I mean that's where the electronics go for the antenna. So this one you can tell it's off to the side. If you could flip for me, please. In this particular pole, it's actually placed on the pole. It's called a pole-mounted cabinet, which is a good thing, because as we work with the engineers, if there's a line-of-sight issue, we have a couple of different options. If we need to move that cabinet off the pole, we can. So that's always helpful. These have a range of about 3 to 5 city blocks, and we can make them any color, basically. They come in black, white, they can be metal, they can be wood. So from aesthetics, we work with every city to try to blend in to the environment where we're putting them. Go ahead. This just represents how it improves the cellular coverage and the data speeds. So the larger towers are being represented, you can see, and then the smaller dark-colored circles are what we call the small cells. And this is just an illustration of how those small cells fit within those big, what we call macro sites, the big 400-foot towers, to help increase capacity and increase coverage. Okay, so overall, it gets stronger signals, more even coverage, faster download speeds. Who doesn't want that, right? Fewer drop calls, reliable service. And so how this works is you have the big macro tower, which is represented in the middle, and you have the small cells. And we basically take fiber and connect the small cells back to the macro site, and then that is ran back to the switch for the wireless carrier we're providing this for. And so what that does is that takes the capacity and the coverage issues and the strain on that macro site, the large tower, takes it off and puts some of that responsibility on the small cells. So if you've ever driven in one area at 2 o'clock in the morning, been able to make a call with no issue whatsoever, and at that same area at 5:30 at night, you cannot get a call to go out, you get a fast, busy, or drop call, that's because as more people jump on that tower, more users use that tower, the coverage actually shrinks. Okay, it's RF signal, so it's flexible, it's fluid. And so as more people get on that tower, the coverage actually shrinks, and that's what this is representing. So this not only helps the macro sites, but it helps fill in some of those gaps where you have capacity and coverage issues at certain times of the day when everybody's getting off work or driving to work. Go ahead. This is just a representation between the macro cell and the micro cell. So here's your big 300-foot cell tower that's got cables and wires and everything going everywhere, compared to a 35-foot small cell with just an antenna on top. So it's beneficial in the fact, from a capacity and coverage issue, it takes care of your wireless needs, but it is not as intrusive as one of the larger towers. The great benefit for the community is increased coverage and capacity, as I've mentioned, but why is that important? So if you take a look at this graph, this is from 2011, and it's 2014 now, so I'm sure that number's only bigger. 58% of the calls that went into 911 came from a cell phone. So if you have a young child who is maybe 11 years, 12 years old, home by themselves, they're down in the basement, fire breaks out in the house, because they're down in the basement, maybe they don't get good coverage. You want those people to be able to reach 911 when they need it. So that includes fire, ambulance, law enforcement, weather warnings, Amber Alerts. This will help all those things from a community benefit standpoint. Also, the good thing is they have a lower carbon footprint. So they're certainly more green, as you want to call it, than the larger sites. They have increased energy efficiency and reduced large tower high wattage emissions, so that with the larger towers you have a much more high wattage being produced. From an economic development standpoint, true story, when we first started this project, there's a town that we're going into where we basically will come in and build a fiber ring, as they mentioned, around the city. So when we do that, that gives the city a lot of capability for high internet speeds, high bandwidth, all those good things. Well, companies who are trying to move their corporate offices into a location certainly take a look at that. One of the cities we were doing this for actually had a large commercial business that was moving their corporate office into their location, and that was one of the first thing they asked them, and it worked out great because we just happened to be putting this fiber ring in there. So from an eco-development standpoint, it's a good thing. So it's a significant investment in connectivity infrastructure for the city of Salina. As I mentioned, prospective companies definitely take a look at that. It gives you a competitive advantage, which means more jobs. And certainly as we build that fiber ring, we're going to employ people around the area of Salina to maintain it, repair it if there's an issue. So, and from a sales perspective, we'll be hiring a sales team out of this area as well. So there'll be jobs created for the city of Salina. We talked a little bit about who is Ideatech, but we have 15 years of experience. We own and operate over 1,200 miles of fiber. We go from Kansas City all the way out to St. Francis, basically the Colorado border. By the end of this year, we'll have about 1,600 miles of fiber because we're growing very quickly. We provide services to businesses, education, healthcare, government, and carriers. Obviously provide transport to carriers including Verizon, U.S. Cellular, Cox. We have partnerships with various folks like that. And we are also named in Inc. magazine as one of the nation's fastest growing telecom companies. So not too bad for Buhler, Kansas, of all places, right? So overall, it's improved coverage, it's non-disruptive, it's non-intrusive. Our engineers do their very best to work with the city engineers to make sure that we place everything as best we can to work with the city. It's improved public safety. It's a boost to economic development. So it's really a win all the way around in many, many ways. And that's it. Hopefully that wasn't too painful. Tried to go through that fairly quickly for you.
Thank you.
Good. Questions for the applicant at all?
I have a question regarding the open-ended nature of this agreement, which doesn't really limit the number of DAS antennas in the city. I have this mental image of utilities gone wild.
Okay.
And,
okay.
And you know, not just with Wildflower, but also what if the next 3 providers come into town and want to do, they find that you're having a great time of it and they want to be part of the action.
Sure. And that's,
that just would, in my mind, multiply the situation and we'd end up with antennas on every other light pole, something like that.
okay, that's a great question, and that's pretty well come up at every city commissioner meeting we've done. So there's a couple different things to that. One, there's roaming agreements between wireless carriers. The wireless carrier that we are doing this for is a major wireless carrier in the U.S. There's roaming agreements between those carriers. So just because it's one carrier coming in, putting this small cell there, it doesn't mean that other wireless carriers can't use that small cell. They have roaming agreements where they use each other's towers all the time. Another thing is in the city of Salina, there's going to be about 30 right now. That's what they're looking at. There'll be about 30 of these sites. In addition to that, even though these particular antennas that we are putting up currently, what we're looking on developing, not us particularly, but the manufacturers of the antennas, kind of what they're telling us is in the future they're probably going to be able to be stackable, which means if for some reason there would be another wireless provider that would want to put a location right on that particular pole, that you wouldn't necessarily have to erect a whole nother pole. You could just stack another antenna on top. So those are various different things that we've looked at.
I'm just thinking in terms of riding around town, and I know I have particular driving patterns, probably like a lot of people. I've never dropped a call in Salina. Maybe I'm just lucky,
but that's good.
But I'm just wondering, well, what is this going to do for me? But of course, and we don't have even rush hour at 5:30. I don't know that our system is taxed necessarily. I don't know if anyone has ever done a study about how congested Salina is and why we would even need a system like this.
Absolutely. And actually the wireless carrier has that we provide, they call it a propagation map, where they take a look at how many people are hitting their towers, what type of percent of capacity that tower's at any given time, how many calls are hitting that throughout the day, and basically where we have marginal coverage, or the wireless carrier would have marginal coverage. So they've actually done propagation studies of the city of Salina. And just the problem from a capacity issue is going to continue to put taxing strains on the large towers, because no one just has a cell phone normally. They have a cell phone, an iPad, an iPod, a little thing in their shoe that tells them how fast they're running. I mean, there's so many things that use that data now. So we just foresee that to increase.
And one last question. We just recently approved a tower, a cell phone tower that went into one of our parks. And it's not 300 feet tall. I forget it, maybe 75 feet tall.
Okay.
And it was a single pole with a hidden antenna. So it was just a pole, basically, which is not, bad to look at, and a lot of people probably don't even know it's there. I was wondering if, is that also a solution to something that you're talking about?
Yeah, what we showed you there is what the antennas will look like. They literally sit on top of either a light pole or a pole we construct.
I was just wondering if the 75-foot tall pole would also be a solution to what you're talking about instead of the DAS solution.
I think they have determined from the wireless carrier side what's going to work best for the wireless carrier we're providing this for.
I think also that monopole that you're referencing has a huge gated fence compound that goes along with it too. And this, if I'm not mistaken, has what, 2 foot by 3 foot or 2 foot by 6 foot?
The cabinet?
Yeah. What is
About
the?
12.
Yeah, it's like depends on which cabinet it is, but it's 4 by 4 by 5, I believe, or 2 by 4 by 6.
Yeah, I'm not sure if a monopole would require that large an area for each location. I don't know.
Well, I was just referencing the one over by the Kenwood Cove.
Right, and that
does
one
have
does.
a big.
Right,
does
correct.
Have a big.
Right.
Yeah, and
it
I
requires
apologize.
a much larger footprint.
I mean, I was over by Kenwood Cove and I didn't see it, so yeah.
That ain't what they're selling
that.
here. Yeah, so, okay, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, guys. Any comments from the public on this issue? Okay, seeing, I'll bring it back to the commission for possible action.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance number 14-10742, which provides an amended telecommunications franchise to Ideatech Telecom, LLC, formerly known as Wildflower Telecommunications, LLC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Ideatech Systems Incorporated.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt ordinance number 14-10742. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries 5-0.
Small break.
Small break?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just gonna say that too.
Okay, sure, we're really rolling along. Come back in about 5 minutes or so. Okay, sounds good. That's a long one today.
Radio Kansas is funded by Delta Dental of Kansas, providing dental benefits designed to meet the needs of individuals and businesses, and is about the importance of good oral health. Details at deltadentalks.com.
The Flint Hills Discovery Center in Manhattan is hosting the exhibit Ice Age Imperials. The exhibit provides visitors with a chance to...
Yeah, I didn't think about it. Okay. Everybody coming in?
Thanks for that break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, you drink a lot of water over 3 hours.
Oh, I know. We're out.
Yeah.
I guess I've drank all that.
Is there any fluoride in the house?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, I think we'll come back into session here. I think we may move around 8-2, move it to the front. 8-1 looks to be long, and I think there's a few people maybe in the audience that are here for 8-2, and maybe we can get them home before midnight. So if that works okay, do we need to wait for legal staff just in case we get ourselves in lawsuit territory? Okay, should be fine. Okay, if everybody's in agreement, that seem reasonable. Okay, let's move 8-2 up, and we'll go with that.
Get out of this.
Okay, item number 8.2, resolution number 14-7124, authorizing the mayor to execute a license agreement with Lee Hayworth Construction Company, Inc., Cedar Ridge Homeowners Association to allow the placement and maintenance of a subdivision entrance sign for the Cedar Ridge addition in the Marymount Road right-of-way adjacent to Lot 19, Block 1 of the Cedar Ridge addition.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Mr. Hayworth has been waiting patiently in the audience, and he has filed a request for approval of a license agreement. And the nature of that is to allow for the placement of 2 monument signs or subdivision entrance signs at the west entrance to the Cedar Ridge addition. And that is a subdivision that dates back to March of 2004, the initial approval. It's got 57 lots that covers a 34-acre area that's located along the east side of Marymount Road and north of the Great Life Fitness and Golf. And there's currently 25 buildable lots in the first phase of the subdivision. Back in 2004, Mr. Hayworth requested approval of a license agreement to allow for the placement of an entrance sign. And John, you'd have to kind of scroll to the east a little bit, and we can show where that is. Right in this location, there is a island, and there is a subdivision entrance sign that identifies that as Cedar Ridge Addition. There are other streets connections that would connect out here and up here in the future, but those are yet unbuilt. This request relates to the west entrance, and the plan or goal is to construct 32-inch by 32-inch by 60-inch tall brick columns at the west entrance to the subdivision. That would be right over here. We reviewed that, and because of you can see the shaded areas right away, and it is wider here to the south because that is to accommodate the traffic circle or roundabout there at that location. And so his proposed location on the north side of Edgewood is actually not within the right-of-way because the right-of-way is narrower there. So our focus is right here. And
Staff has worked with Mr. Hayworth, and he has covenants in place, and there is an active, ongoing homeowners association there. And the covenants have been created in such a way that ongoing maintenance of any subdivision entry signs would eventually be the responsibility of the homeowners association. As still the majority owner, Mr. Hayworth is president of the association at this time. So because we're talking about the right-of-way, and we've had much discussion about what's in the right-of-way, all local utility providers have been contacted about this entrance monument. None of them had any objections, but almost every one of them noted that they had utilities in the vicinity of the location proposed, particularly the south one here, and they wanted to remind the applicant to contact One Call prior to beginning any work in that location. There's also a provision in the proposed license agreement that requires the applicant to work with the city's utilities department to do field locates of the city utilities in that area, and gives Ms. Tasker the ability to modify or to choose the final location of the monuments based on the utility location. So we cannot say at this point that it's going to be exactly in that location. There's going to be a need to field locate those. John, I thought I had a slide that showed some utility locations, and you may need to blow that up a little bit more. But if the green lines would represent sewer lines, and the you'll have to so we've got water lines that pass through here, and then there's also a sewer line and a pressure reducing station there for that sewer line, and then we've got a water main coming here that's going to the east on Edgewood. And so we're right in this area. And as I stated, none of the utilities objected to the placement of the subdivision entry monuments within the right-of-way, as long as the applicant worked with One Call and each of the utilities to find the very best non-conflicting location for the monument. So the cost of the monuments would be borne by the developer. All maintenance costs would be borne by the developer or the homeowners association. And the request would be to allow the approval of a license agreement that would allow the southern one to be located within the right-of-way adjacent to Lot 19, Block 1, which is this lot right here. So we have Mr. Hayworth here. I know that there's been some flagging activity and different things out there, but we have Westar, we have phone lines, we have Cox Cable, and we have water and sewer lines. So as you drive by, it looks like a fairly large open expanse, but there's lots of things underneath there. And the utilities are not objecting as long as it's located to minimize conflicts with those utilities.
Any questions for staff? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone from the public care to comment on this? Okay, bring it back to Commission for possible action.
I move to approve resolution number 14-7124, authorizing the mayor to enter a license agreement with Lee Haworth Construction Company Incorporated and Cedar Ridge Homeowners Association to allow the placement of a subdivision entrance monument in the Marymount Road right-of-way adjacent to Lot 19, Block 1 of Cedar Ridge Edition.
Second.
Motion is second on resolution to approve resolution number 14-7124. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Item 8.1, application number Z13-9, requesting amendment of the surfacing requirements for off-street parking and driving areas in Article 11, Division 2, Section 42-552E2 of the Salina Code.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. You've got a fairly extensive and thick packet in this case. Part of it is background report on this issue. We don't have that today, but the most heavily attended City Commission meeting I've ever been to was on the last time that parking lot surfacing was discussed and acted on in 1990. And so we've given you some background on that. We've also given you a summary where staff went out and reviewed the surfacing requirements of a number of communities throughout Kansas to see where the city of Salina lined up with that. This was initiated by the Planning Commission as part of the comprehensive plan implementation, just to review our development standards and to see if they were in need for upgrading. And probably of any zoning legislation that this commission has considered, this decision will probably have the greatest and most widespread impact of any zoning legislation that you will enact, because when you think about it, we have 18,000 some properties in the city of Salina, and each one of them has to accommodate motor vehicle parking in some fashion, whether it's residential or commercial or industrial or institutional. And so this ordinance addresses what the surfacing standards are for each of those properties. So John, what I'd like you to do is if you could bring up the current paving exemptions so we could go over those. Just so, and this was based on the decisions that were made back in 1990. Just to preface, when I started working for the city of Salina, we had no paving requirement. There was no requirement in any zoning district that any parking had to be paved. And so this is where the community moved to in 1990. But the exemptions that we have today that have been in place since 1990 is any residential driveway can be gravel or asphalt millings or some other surface. If you have a parking lot in a residential zoned area containing 6 or fewer spaces, let's say I had a triplex and I had 6 parking spaces for my tenants, that could be gravel today. And any permitted use that's in an A1 district, and we do have a few parks and a few other non-agricultural uses that are zoned A1. The East Crawford Recreation Area is zoned A1. The Salina Municipal Airport is zoned A1. And then the other exemption is permitted uses in the light industrial and heavy industrial zoned areas. If you've got multifamily housing or schools or churches or park and recreation facilities with parking lots with more than 6 spaces, those have to be paved. We have an I-1 industrial park zoning classification. It requires paved parking. What the City Commission did in 1990 was they basically said if you are gravel and you are in existence, regardless of what zoning classification you are grandfathered in. And we have a number of those. We have put the paving triggers there that we had in the 1990 version of the ordinance, and to be honest, those have not had really any impact on the community at all in terms of converting over gravel to paving. If you went in and did an expansion and you had a gravel lot, the gravel could remain, but the expansion area had to be paved. And so there really wasn't any result that made grandfathered parking lots change. So this was initiated by the Planning Commission. They had a public hearing on October 13th, or excuse me, October 1st, 2013, and they heard from a number of particularly industrial developers and people who had industrial zone property, and they were concerned that the proposed amendment might have an unintended consequence of requiring large-scale industrial concerns to pave all or surface with paving all of their work areas. So the Planning Commission has the statutory authority to form committees to study issues, and so they appointed a committee to look at this from an economic development, industrial development standpoint, and that committee held a number of issues and studied the matter, and the consensus of the committee was that the current exemption from paving that exists in I-2 and I-3 zoning should be retained. And again, the committee was not necessarily a broad range of views. It was primarily focused on people that owned I-2 and I-3 zoned property. So John, if you could go to the slide that shows the current I-2 and I-3 zoning in the community. So you can, this represents a property in the city of Salina that is zoned I-2 or I-3, and the concentrations are obviously north of downtown and northeast of downtown and northwest of downtown along the rail corridor there. You've got a pocket out here, which was the former Graves truck line and the current Blue Beacon, and some establishments out there. And then if you could scroll up, John, the other concentrations are out in the airport industrial area, and then to a limited degree to the south. And this would be Waterwell Road. This is Schilling here, and you've got industrial zone property there. And so when you're looking at the application of the paving requirements to say what I-2 and I-3 areas would that apply to, that would be primarily those geographic areas. So staff reported back to the Planning Commission on the work of the advisory committee. The Planning Commission held another public hearing on July 15th. And they voted to adopt the version of the text amendment that incorporated the recommendations of the Parking Lot Surfacing Committee. And basically, the recommendation eliminates the current paving exemptions in residential zoning districts, except if you've got a residential property that has a driveway on an unpaved alley or unpaved street. That was considered to be unfair to require the property owner to pave if the city hadn't paved the alley or the street. It retained the current paving exemption for I-2 and I-3 zone property unchanged. The recommendation from the committee was that if aesthetics and appearances of concern in I-2 and I-3 zoned areas, then that could be addressed through adoption of gateway or overlay districts for particular sensitive areas. And so in your attachments there we have information about the North Ohio Gateway Overlay District and also the Northeast Industrial Park. Those were both overlay areas that required paid parking, even though the I-2 and I-3 zoning did not. So that is what we've worked towards on this issue. That is what the committee and the Planning Commission have made in terms of recommendations, but the final decision lies with this commission. And so among your alternatives that we have identified would be to approve the proposed text amendment as recommended by the Planning Commission. That would, in other words, retain that exemption for I-2 and I-3 zoned areas. You could go back and approve the proposed text amendment as the Planning Commission originally initiated it, and that version eliminates all current paving exemptions except for property located on unpaved streets and alleys. Or option 3 is you could approve the text amendment with any additions or modifications or qualifications that a majority of you are supportive of. And as it relates to I-2 or I-3 zoned areas, some of the things that staff presented to the committee and Planning Commission as alternatives is, instead of exempting I-2 and I-3 zoned areas, a requirement could be that if you have parking that's in front of a building, between a building and street, that would have to be paved. Or another approach would be to say if you're an I-2 or I-3 zone property and you're located on an arterial street, then your parking would have to be paved. Of course, a fourth option would be to postpone consideration if you think additional public input on these changes is needed. You could refer this back to the Planning Commission and staff for additional study or to work up additional alternatives. You could decide that no changes should be made to the current parking standards. And I think there's two important aspects of this. One is the actual verbiage, the version of the ordinance you choose to apply, but the other part is just understanding the breadth of the application and who this would apply to and who it wouldn't apply to. So John, if you could go to some of the photographs. And this is a property where there is a paved residential driveway, but off to the side over here is a mixed gravel and other surface. And if this ordinance is enacted as proposed, this would be grandfathered in, but it would no longer be allowed in the future. A residential property owner couldn't just put down some gravel or whatever, have a pad. This entire, including this wing, would have to be paved. If you could go to the next one, John. This is just a standard residential driveway that we have that exists in Salina. This is an entirely gravel driveway. That would be grandfathered in as is, and that would be unchanged by this ordinance. If you want to go to the next one, John. This is on South Ohio. This is a paved approach and driveway. The owners here, to facilitate getting in and out of Ohio, have put gravel down and made kind of a circular drive. This would be grandfathered, but if anyone were to do that in the future, if this ordinance is enacted, then those areas would have to be paved with asphalt or concrete and not be gravel.
Dean, what about changing ownership of the particular house or property?
It would not be a change of ownership, would not change the grandfathering status. So you're not changing the use, or you're not intensifying the use, so just a change of ownership would not change the grandfather.
What about if the driveways, like some of those obviously look a little better than others, what if they are allowed to fall into such disrepair that it's no longer even obvious that there was gravel or anything along those lines?
We still have in the ordinance today, and is continued in this draft, a language that deals with maintenance of gravel or unpaved. So if you have potholes or it's all weeds and no gravel, that it would still be a violation of the code, and you'd have to refresh the gravel or regrade that. But if you went out and there was no evidence of any gravel surfacing or it was full of weeds, then that would be a violation of the surfacing requirement. So there are standards even in place for gravel.
Okay, great.
And this is just to show the extent of that. And then when we get into the commercial world, this is a familiar site at the corner of Ash and Ohio, and this entire parking area here is gravel. And this is a C1 zoned property, so gravel surfacing is not allowed in C1. And so as long as nothing changed, this could remain gravel without a change. But under the ordinance, as recommended by the Planning Commission, if there was a project that added 30% floor area to this building or was equal to 50% of the value of the existing building, that would trigger a requirement that this parking area be paved. And if you're wondering where those numbers came from, that is the requirement that we currently have in our landscaping ordinance, that if you do a 30% addition by area or 50% by value, that triggers a landscape requirement. And the Planning Commission thought that that was an understood threshold in the development community, and that was acceptable. So this would be grandfathered, but if there were changes to that property, that could potentially trigger that to be paved. You can go through, these are just other examples of existing gravel paving throughout the community. This is the Chuck's Bar location that was discussed at your last meeting. We've got gravel streets and a lot of gravel parking in that area. We have existing commercially zoned businesses with gravel. And so we have properties that are both commercial and industrially zoned that have gravel. So as the primary distinction between the initial draft that the Planning Commission started with and where they ended up deals with the I-2 and I-3 zoned areas. And initially they were inclined towards closing all loopholes, but then became concerned about the potential impact on industrial development if there was an I-2 or I-3 paving requirement. So John, if you could go to some of the aerial maps, maybe the El Dorado one, because everyone on the committee and Planning Commission has this one memorized. This is the El Dorado facility out on Centennial Road and Wall Street. All of this that you see up here is paved. That property is zoned I-3. That is not paved because the city zoning ordinance requires it. It's paved because the Airport Authority Board required it as part of their agreement for purchasing and developing the property. And then this area down here is a storage, equipment storage area, and historically those areas have not been required to be paved, even in areas that require paved parking, because this is not a customer or employee parking area. It's simply a storage area. So one of the concerns that prompted the formation of the committee is there was concern that if there was an I-2 or I-3 paving requirement, then that might have the unintended consequence of requiring all these areas to be paved, which would be a very onerous expense for some of the business operations. So that is part of what we dealt with. So the alternatives to having a complete exemption for I-2 and I-3 that we discussed in option 3 there would be to say, if you have a parking area that's located between a building and a street, then that has to be paved with asphalt or concrete. Or in this case, if you had a parking lot that was along an arterial street, such as Centennial there, then your parking would have to be paved. Somewhat of a out of sight, out of mind approach to that. That if your parking is highly visible from an arterial street, or it's in a front yard between a building and street, then some consideration should be given to require that to be paved as opposed to a total exemption. So the ordinance that's drafted and before you today includes exemptions for residential dwellings with driveway access on unpaved streets and alleys, and it is recommended by the Planning Commission maintains that exemption for I-2 and I-3 zoning areas and without exception. So if, as noted in the comprehensive plan, one of the goals is to upgrade the development standards in industrial areas, as we noted in the report, the recommendation that comes from the Planning Commission and the Parking Lot Surfacing Committee does not upgrade those standards. It leaves them where they are today. The other thing that the ordinance does is it makes parking lots that are gravel on August 25th, 2014. Assuming that this is passed in some form, it makes those grandfathered in. And then the only thing that would trigger a gravel lot to be paved would be an increase in value of 50% or a 30% increase in the gross floor area.
Dean, real quick, just for clarification, when you mentioned what was grandfathered in, I'm going to rephrase and you can tell me if that's accurate or not. It makes the legal or legally non-conforming gravel parking lots grandfathered in. Is that accurate?
If
versus
they were
all
established, if we determined they were established legally at the time that they were installed, they are grandfathered.
Okay.
If someone between 1990 and today had a commercial property and they put a gravel parking lot in, that's not grandfathered because it was not legal when they put it in. So that would be the distinction.
We're not going to have a bunch of people run out there with a handful of gravel and chucking it in their front yard to call it a parking lot, are we?
No, and I think that's the difference when we're talking about legal and legally non-conforming and illegal. If you have a situation today that's illegal, okay, you don't get grandfathered status all of a sudden. It already has to be either legally non-conforming or legal under today's standard. Legally non-conforming could mean when we made a change, the last change, it was non-conforming but grandfathered in, so that grandfathered status will continue into this change in the code. But if you're illegal today, you don't become legal all of a sudden.
Okay.
Cool. John, if you could go to the aerial map and the one that's labeled Chuck's Bar. I will just give you the one more illustration here because this was discussed. But this was the Chuck's Bar location that was discussed. And just this property, although everyone would agree it's a commercial business operation, it is zoned I-2 light industrial. So if this recommendation and this ordinance is adopted as proposed, this is not necessarily grandfathered in. It would be permitted because it's zoned I-2. And just so we do have I-2 zoned areas in the community that have businesses that aren't actually industrial in nature. So
well, we also have some streets down there that aren't paved.
Right, I would say this,
that's
where I was going to. I think this would be protected because of the alley in the street, you know? Kind of doubly protected. Chuck's Bar is a valuable piece of real estate up there.
Hey, it's getting remodeled.
Getting remodeled, that's right.
Uh-oh. So what we have tried to do and are willing to do to whatever the commission desires, we had tried working with the Planning Commission and the committee to walk through different scenarios, different properties, and say, how would this apply in this instance? But what you would see as a result of this is, and I don't mean to pick on Mr. Berger because it's an easily identifiable property at Ashen, Ohio, that the difference between that and a gravel lot, say for Chuck's Bar, is that if this is approved as drafted, then there would be a scenario whereby the lot there at Ashen, Ohio would eventually get paved if there was a project there. If it's approved as presented, there is no project that could happen at the Chuck's Bar property that would result in a paving requirement unless you chose some other alternative for dealing with I-2 and I-3 zoned property. So that is my best explanation. And then, John, if you could go to just slide 5. Not an aerial photo, but when the committee and planning commission were looking at this, these were different things that we kind of had as menu options or add-on options. Their preference was to keep it simple, but I will explain that by administrative interpretation, if you're in a commercial district and you have a vehicle display area for a dealership, you've got to pave your display area. That is a requirement. There was an option to include that language to clarify that in the ordinance, to try to address some of the concern about unintended consequence of requiring storage areas for equipment or service areas not having to be paved. We had some language that could be done to clarify and qualify that if you're El Dorado bus and you've got an area that's used as storage equipment or surface vehicles, that can be surfaced with gravel or asphalt millings. And then John, down at the bottom, we just discussed this. It didn't provide any, there was no response to it, but one of the things that was discussed was, just so everybody understands, that if this is adopted as presented, that I have a single wide concrete driveway and I want to put a wing in, or I want to put a pad in to store my boat or camper on. If this is enacted as proposed, those types of pads or wings on a driveway would have to be paved with asphalt or concrete. They could no longer be gravel or asphalt millings. And so this was language that could have provided an exception if I just want to put a pad on the side of my garage or side of my driveway to park my fishing boat on. As this is drafted and as proposed, that would no longer have the option of being gravel.
Any questions for staff?
Is there any way to know when something was graveled? If this goes into effect and next year someone decides they want to?
Well, we have aerial photos back to the 1970s, which we have used before. And we have, of course, we have a Board of Zoning Appeals, and they have the authority to grant variances to certain zoning standards. Since this paving requirement has been in effect in 1990, they have approved 0 variances for surfacing, but one case they did have was where a property owner argued that he had an existing gravel parking lot, and we said it was never gravel, that it was always grass and dirt, and we had about 30 years of aerial photos that showed it as grass and dirt. And then the board members went out and used the foot test and couldn't find any gravel, so they determined that they agreed with staff that it was not a pre-existing gravel lot, but primarily the tool would be aerial photos.
I was wondering how effective this ordinance would be as well, though, with all the grandfathering that's going on. If the goal is to eliminate a lot of the gravel, that the grandfathering can go on for a century.
That is correct. The primary impact, I think, is, and it's been overlooked because there's been a lot of focus on the I-2 and I-3, but the primary impact is going to be on residential property, and just as people put wings or parking expands or things like that, it's going to have to be paved. And I think a lot of planning commissioners were shocked when I told them that today you could build a new house in Salina and you could have a paved concrete approach, but if you wanted to have a gravel driveway for the remainder, you could. And so this would eliminate that exception. And so I think the impact is going to be more on residential areas, and then what impact this would have on I-2 and I-3 areas is up to you. All options are on the table, from eliminating the exception entirely to leaving it in place entirely, but there are certainly other options which we identified there in option 3, which would be to say if you have a front yard parking area that has to be paved, or if you are on an arterial street, it has to be paved. There are, if the I-2 and I-3 exemption is left as it is, then you're not going to have much of an impact on areas, and we've had different discussions on a committee. There's a surprising level of paved parking in our newer industrial facilities, but there's also a resistance to having the city telling the business that they have to pave with asphalt or concrete. So that's kind of what we drew out of it.
Is this the kind of ordinance, though, that would be a little difficult to enforce, sort of like you're putting a storage shed on your property? Most people go out and buy the shed and put it down somewhere, not knowing that there's an ordinance that directs the placement of that storage shed. I'm wondering if people would consider placement of a parking pad in the same way. That they would go out and do what they wanted to do, and then they would only be detected by happenstance.
It's going to rely on public education, but you are correct that it would add actually to the neighborhood enforcement level, or things that we would be enforcing, because if we determine that somebody widened their driveway by putting on a gravel pad, then they would have to be sent a notice that that had been done in violation, and they either have to remove it or pave it.
I've got a couple of questions. One, the first of which goes to kind of just what initiated this effort. And you had mentioned that in the comprehensive plan, it called for an upgrade, and so looking at the comprehensive plan calling for that upgrade, obviously it didn't come out of thin air. So what was the spirit behind that comment that obviously said we need to upgrade this?
There is no specific language in the comprehensive plan that recommends as an implementation or action item that paved parking be required in all districts, but there was a general underlying theme throughout the plan that the city needed to look at the development standards in industrial areas, particularly the area north of downtown. Both they referred to it as northeast and northwest areas where we do have a lot of I-2 and I-3 property, and we do have a lot of gravel, and it suggested the creation of an urban industrial overlay district. But as part of that, as any time you are adopting a new comprehensive plan, then one of the things you're doing is looking at all your regulations to see if they are consistent with what the comprehensive plan is calling for. And part of it is everybody has their own interpretation of what upgrading development standards means. And part of the reason I think that we are here today is that staff did a presentation for the Planning Commission where we reviewed the standards for 20-plus Kansas first-class communities, and only the city of McPherson and the city of Salina were the only two cities that allowed any type of gravel parking. The city of Wichita and some others had, and the city of Manhattan had the same exception for paving on unpaved streets and alleys, but there were only two out of about the 24 communities we looked at that allowed gravel surfacing for parking areas. And so that persuaded the Planning Commission to initiate this text amendment to look at that. And so it's looked at comprehensively from residential, commercial, grandfathering, and industrial standpoint. But we did want to point out, and pointed out to the Planning Commission and do today, that there was an overarching theme that the city needed to look at its development standards for industrial areas, and this is part of that. So our two things that separate the I-2 and I-3 districts from the remaining districts is we require front yard landscaping in every district except I-2 and I-3, and today we require paved parking in every district except I-2 and I-3. And so that was part of looking at those development standards.
Yeah, I think ideally, if you look at just in particular that Chuck's property, one would think in location and everything else that is I-2 appropriate. I mean, is that on Santa Fe?
Yeah. It
It's on
fronts
Santa Fe, just north of it's I-2. Has that always been I-2, or was that rezoned to I-2? Because, I mean, what I'm getting at is that there are clusters of I-2, and there are spots of I-2.
Right. And basically what was done is that a swath along the railroad tracks and then out a certain distance was just maintained as a swath of I-2 without regard to individual businesses. But we wanted to point that out, that just because a property is zoned I-2 doesn't necessarily mean it is used for industrial purposes.
Right. And I kind of, this has been going on for quite some time, and I kind of was following it through the Planning Commission stage, and kind of the end result, what I see is really not really much happened. So I got a question on this expression of interest. It says here, expression of interest in serving on the committee, the parking committee.
Mm-hmm.
How broad was that expression of interest? Because it looks like all the players on the committee were people that had an interest in. I mean, I wouldn't say
it was not intended to be broad. The purpose of the Planning Commission, the City Commission, is to look at and represent the entire community. The purpose of this committee and what they focused on was what impact changes to the paving requirements might have on industrial development. So it was not a broad-ranging committee. It was made up of people who were stakeholders in the outcome of what happened with the I-2 and I-3 districts.
But it looks like the Planning Commission heavily relied upon the recommendation of the committee.
Yeah, and there were 3 planning commissioners that were also on the committee that participated in all the meetings as well. Mr. Baxton, Mr. Kennedy, and Mr. Story were part of the committee. It was not just the outside members. And I would say that they had more influence on the Planning Commission than the committee members themselves.
It just looks like if the goal was to improve the community as a whole through developing standards that upgraded these particular areas, it just seems like there wasn't much representation from sort of the general, to get the public's perception of, well, we drive by, I mean, in particular, on Ohio and Ash and some of these other places and within neighborhoods, I drive by that every day. I have to look at that, and it's not very attractive, and there doesn't seem to be any input from that sector. It seems to be very heavily weighed on this committee that kind of, I think, and I don't fault them. I mean, if I had that business, I'd want to have the bare minimum of whatever I had anyways, and not worry about what everybody else cared about that. But it just seems to me that if the idea was to upgrade and improve the condition and the value and everything else in the community, that I don't see that this gets us anywhere along that road. Am I wrong? Does this get us to higher values and better looking?
Well, as we stated in our report, if there is an agreed upon goal to advance by upgrading the development standards in the city's industrial areas, this text amendment as drafted does not do that because it doesn't make any change to the status quo.
Right.
So what we have suggested is there are alternatives to that, but in fairness to the Planning Commission, They held an advertised public hearing, and the only people who had an interest to come to the hearing and speak were those who thought it would potentially impact industrial development. The Planning Commission didn't hear from anybody else.
Dean, I kind of remember kind of the history going back. Wasn't this at one time, didn't this involve a church?
Yes.
In North Salina?
That's correct.
And the paving of that. And, you know, I fear that getting back to that, you're talking about North Salina especially, that this may create, and I think you're right, that the impact is going to be mostly on residential, the residents in Salina. And it seems to me it may cause an undue financial burden on a lot of people. I may be wrong about that, but
Well,
I just remember that controversy.
There was a church on North Santa Fe,
and didn't they
there
pave
was a
that?
front page story in the Salina Journal that said the mean old city was making this church pave its parking lot, and they couldn't afford to pave it, and so eventually some private donors came forward and donated money to the church so they could pave their lot. But yes, it was not it was not a favorable light placed on the city in that situation.
Right.
Commissioners, one thing, Commissioner Blanchard, you touched on, I think, I'm going to try to kind of paraphrase it a little bit and see if I'm accurate. This has to do with the engagement aspect. When we had the City Commission adopt the comprehensive plan, there were a lot of public meetings, forums, so forth. The whole intent was to try to get this as much of a cross, I guess, reference or cross, however you want to look at that, of our community in that process, so that then we could know what everyone thinks to the best degree that we can. And I think what you find, and I think this probably occurred here in what you're saying, is that when we adopted a comprehensive plan, we probably did a pretty good idea getting a cross section of our community. But when it comes to implementation aspects, we don't do a very good job. And I think that's typical probably in most cities, and I think you're accurate with that. And I think that's a challenge for us. And I'm not questioning objectivity necessarily, but I get what you're saying. I think that does raise for us from the implementation side some challenges with regards to real community engagement with certain aspects. I think we need to take a note, and we need to think about that in the future. I think that makes good sense, very good sense. So yeah, I definitely get that. With regards to the kind of what Commissioner Crawford was saying, there will likely not be any aspect associated with the comprehensive plan or zoning, any zoning changes or requirements that are intended to have our community look and appear nicer, more aesthetically friendly, and so forth, that won't cost money.
Right.
I think that's a reality you're going to have, and I think in the end, what you have to look at is you have to say to yourself, in your role, what do you want the community to look like? What do you think the community wants itself to look like? And then try to figure out what role you should have, if any. It's always an open question in getting the community to that stage. I think there's no question the comprehensive plan does. The intent of the comprehensive plan is to do things like this, even if it doesn't establish this. I do think also, though, that we do need to the best we can, try to balance the cost aspects with implementation. And I agree with, obviously, with the staff assumption here that says what's recommended really doesn't do anything. Right. And I think if we're going to try to improve the community, you're going to have to do something. It's a matter usually of what you do rather than doing something or not doing something. And it's how you do it, and it's the timing of it, and so forth. I think those are all factors we have to consider.
Any other questions for staff?
Well, just to, I realize that there are levels of appropriateness in certain areas. And, I make all these comments and knowing that I'll be, in some circles, deemed as, well, you're anti-business or whatever those comments might be. But I'm looking at this in a far broader picture, and I'm looking at being pro the whole community. And I think that there is a give and take, and that there's a workable solution as to maybe size, appropriate locations, and so on. But I don't think that this ordinance gets to those, and so I would agree with you that I don't think that this existing ordinance accomplishes kind of what I believe we kind of set out to do on this thing. And at the same time, I think what it does is it makes it more restrictive on, we're clamping down on residential properties, but everything else, which I think were the bigger issues, are kind of just going along with the status quo. So, I think that there's more workable solutions. I would love to see maybe the Planning Commission personally have another look at this and continue to work on it rather than just pass it to get it out of the way and move it along. I think that I don't think that this, at least in my eyes, accomplishes what we really need to accomplish through the upgrades. So,
Commissioner,
hopefully,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hopefully that if they are able to take another look at it, I don't know. I think the engagement is a problem. I think part of the thing is when people got together for a comprehensive plan, they might have at the time says, well, I think we made that clear, and then didn't realize that, oh, you have to come back and keep fighting for it. I mean, it's the kind of thing where when you enter into those comprehensive plan processes, you think, well, I'm giving my input, and that's going to be what gets implemented, or at least try to, and not that when it hits the Planning Commission that they, because early on, I remember watching the Planning Commission. Correct me if I was completely misunderstanding where they were. It looked like it was that they were pretty favorable to making some changes, and then they got a little pushback, and they got pushed back. And so I think there's a middle ground here, and so I'll just cut it off there and say hopefully we can find what that compromise might be in there.
One thing, too, I think that adds a little insult to injury is that if you really look at the placement of some of our industrial zones, they're not in a very good place. And I think that may have been what prompted the idea of an overlay. But quite honestly, everything we're talking about, if it's applied to an I-2 or an I-3, is going to apply to just about every I-2 and I-3, I would expect. And I'm not talking about loading areas. I'm not talking about work areas. I'm talking primarily probably front parking lot areas for parking for employees and parking for people who conduct business there. And so I'm not sure that an overlay is going to be a good approach to that. But the problem we have is that, and I'm talking decades and decades ago, some of our locations are all, the mixed use was a little crazy when we're thinking about industrial and residential and commercial all in the same areas. And so and quite honestly, when was the last time you had an I-1 district brought to you?
Right.
You don't. Why? Because there's improvements to that cost money, and from an industrial perspective, the least amount is sometimes the chosen option. Not always, but sometimes. But in this case, you can just tell from the volume of that type of request. And we don't get I-1s. It's I-2 and I-3 because they have the least requirements, and so it's probably natural to have a concern about the cost of taking my property at some point, creating a trigger, and causing me to have cost. I think that's a natural concern. And that's why I say how we do it is really important. And again, a trigger, though, is going to be some form of an improvement in which there's an investment in it. A trigger isn't going to be an arbitrary, on this date you just have to do it, regardless of anything else. So it's part of already improving.
Right, and I do, but if 18 out of 20 communities are already a lot further along than we're even talking about, then I don't think we're way outside of the mainstream and saying it's 2014, we'd kind of like to have those improvements.
We've proclaimed we want to be like a few of those communities.
Right.
Just depends to what degree.
My only concern is, and how, let's take a look back at this El Dorado example. I'm sure that's the sort of thing that when people on the Planning Commission in a small town know people and know everybody, and we're back here, they see that picture and they think about what that parking lot's going to cost. Is that something that you're somewhat suggest? I mean, I'm all for improving the community, don't get me wrong, but the concept of going out to El Dorado and saying, I'm not a concrete guy, but what is that, 400, how many feet long is that, 800 by a couple hundred? I mean, that's like about $400,000 at the minimum to pay. I mean, I'm just taking a shot in the dark. I mean, I have no clue. How much is it? For them, it'd be $8 a square foot. And any idea for at-home players, maybe
their whole site there's not quite 40 acres, but you're probably, it's something like 1,320 feet here and 1,320 feet here, so it's probably
you're talking about probably a piece of property that's way outside of what your normal. That's probably the biggest one of those. It's like when we talk about paving, we're not going to pave the airport every day.
Right, yeah. And that's my concern, though. When I look at that, my fear is, I'm sure it probably will happen on the Planning Commission.
But I'm sure that that in order to do 30% of something is going to be, on the existing size of that, would be extremely substantial.
Yeah, my concern is if a new El Dorado wanted to come to town and build that, and we're saying, oh, and by the way, you've got to pay, $1.5 million worth of.
Well, you're playing into the fear that everybody else is playing into, and they're also going to probably come in and say, oh, and by the way, we're going to need the free land to do that gravel parking lot on, or they're going to come in with all these other things about why we need to bend over backwards to make the property tax owners conform to certain things, but certain things like upgrades to a plan don't need to take place. This is an extreme thing. This would be, if we talked about the upgrades, a 30% or 50% upgrade or whatever the case may be, that's doable here. Probably the other one, I think of some areas that I know in town that have storage areas, and they're not parking areas, they're storage areas.
That was part of the concern and part of the reason that the Planning Commission paused on this, was that everyone wanted assurances that parking area had a very specific definition, and that by our definition this was not a parking area and was not subject to any surfacing requirement.
And they're not driving around on it all the time, kicking up dust.
That's correct. So
Dean, for clarification, the space we're talking about, that large storage space at El Dorado, is not a space that would be contemplated to be paved by
in
this
at all. And that was kind of really, I guess, my original question was to make sure that, because I couldn't envision.
The initial version that the Planning Commission looked at would have required paving across the board in I-2 and I-3 districts, and they wanted everyone to look at it, make sure that it was structured in such a way that it didn't have the unintended consequence of requiring that areas like that have to be paved.
Right. Yeah. And that got rejected.
Yeah.
Well, it was just that the Planning Commission did not keep the original idea of requiring paving in I-2 and I-3. They recommended that the status quo be maintained.
Yeah.
Commissioners, I do believe that if the primary, or at least the original primary intent was that type of concern, that's about how we draw it up. That's so we all know when we're talking about a space what that space is and whether it's in or whether it's out. And certainly we can do that. And if there's ever questions about the language, we can update and make sure the language is right before it's approved.
So I do believe there's members of the public that may want to speak to this, and then we can revisit your options.
Sure, sounds good. Thank you. Anyone from the public then here who wants to discuss this issue? Okay, sure, come forward. Is that pizza on the way?
This is actually what I came to the meeting to talk about.
You've been here the whole time? Yeah.
You just had some other topics. I'm here basically to speak in opposition of this change because I don't think it's necessary. I don't think we've really had any serious problems with the current regulations on parking and that. And I also want to know why, if an area that I think in that photo has somewhere between 60 and 100 motorhomes or parts of motorhomes parked on it, isn't classified as parking, why should my space that I may want to put a motorhome on behind my home or next to my home be considered a parking space when it's basically going to be used for the same thing, that occasional parking of a motorhome or my car or my truck or whatever? If that isn't parking, why should the other be parking? Why are we looking at treating industrial any different than the residential? I know the city showed some residential gravel parking, and all of the photos I showed didn't look as good as some do in town. Just like paved parking, you can go around town and I can show you paved parking areas that look 10 times worse than those gravel parking areas in the residential units that we're showing. God, look at our mall parking lots in this town over the last 5 or 10 years. You all but took your life in your hands crossing some of them. And that. Paved parking doesn't guarantee a quality view. Grandfathering. We're talking about losing the grandfather clause, in part at least, on residential, when they're saying if you have a 30% increase in square footage or a 50% increase in value, you're going to have to pave. Well, probably 80, I've been in the residential real estate sales and commercial sales business in Salina, Kansas since July 7th, 1975. Probably 80% of the property in town that has gravel parking currently is in that 600 to 1,000 square foot home, and that 15 to maybe $80,000 value home. You want to put a double car garage up out back of a $40,000 or $50,000 home, you're going to hit that half value increase, and you may more than be building something bigger than the house. So you're going to have to pave it. You're looking at adding between $10,000 and $30,000 to the cost of that garage to pave from the street to the back. That shouldn't be necessary, in my opinion, especially if it's already got if it currently has a gravel driveway, which, if I understood staff, current paving, if it's gravel, will have to be changed to concrete in that section or to a hard surface pavement at that time too, not just
only if one of those triggers.
Right. But if one of those triggers happens, it's not just the additional driveway space to the new building or to the new parking slab, but all of the gravel parking would have to be changed. You may be tripling the cost of increasing interior storage for both vehicles and all that stuff we've got to a homeowner that can't afford it. You may be talking about that garage addition costing more than his house costing if you've got to replace all that paving. And I'd wager that industrial parking lot probably is closer to $2.5 million based on the $8 square foot. More, okay, well, but the $1.5 million, it's probably in addition to $2.5 million. I also want to approach it from another point of view. Around the country, we are starting to see a move, finally, to a more natural paving mode in communities. Not all communities are going to more hard surface paving. And a lot of that has to do with environmental concerns. Hard paving increases warming in a community. All you have to do is take a temperature downtown Salina, where there's a lot of paving, and go out on the edge of town where there's a lot of green grass. And your temperatures are going to be warmer in the highly paved area. We also have a water crisis in this country. When you increase paving, you increase runoff. You increase polluted runoff. You also lower the recharge level of groundwater because that runs off instead of going through the non-paved parking areas, which I think is another negative. I also see us treating, in this situation, I may have stated it previously, treating industrial property owners different than residential landowners. There's, what, probably less than 1,500 individual industrial sites within the community? Less than that. We're talking 17,000 residential sites that will be impacted by this change. If it's good to give special treatment to the less than 1,500 who are trying to make a profit and hopefully making a profit off of their property, why isn't it just the same, as good an argument to treat the residential people the same way? I ask that you either table this motion for further consideration, because a lot of people like me didn't see the advertisements on the hearings earlier, or we went to the hearings and thought our voice had been heard and that this was resolved, at least in reference to residential and possibly commercial and I-2 too on this paving issue. We fought this back in 1990, and that's one of the reasons why we've been living under the code we've been living under and the regulations we've been living under, because it made real good sense then not to require this. And I think it still makes real good common sense not to change it. I ask you to act as I've asked.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public on this issue?
James Hall, Great Plains Manufacturing, 1525 East North Street. I was one of the people that was on the committee. I was asked to do that after I turned in an expression of interest. Appreciated the time, the input, all of the conversation that went into this. We're dealing with, obviously, a variety of factors here. We've got the residential part of it, and then we've got a little bit of commercial, and then we've got the industrial I-2 and I-3 zones where heavy industrial work happens, which is not in an area where you would live. I think we all can agree that we set that up so that we've got areas where we live, and we have a beautification standard for that. We have other standards that we do for our heavy industrial areas. Our point in this whole thing is that when I stood up here and talked to the Planning Commission initially, my deal was, what's your definition of parking? Because if you think about what happens at Great Plains Manufacturing, we are in an I-3 zone, which is the heaviest industrial zone that we have in the city of Salina. We make a choice ourselves to pave areas that need paving. We make a choice to have gravel areas in locations that are going to be used for work in process, finished goods, items that don't require that type of surfacing. The same comment was made by Monty White with Research Products. It's not able to be here tonight. They have areas, they're the two black buildings, black roof buildings on the right-hand side of that. They have areas on their lot that are paved for their employee parking, for visitors. And then they have areas back in the back that are gravel surfaces. There's a huge distinction in that, and that is a big factor in whether you're going to be required to pave an entire site, which in our case now in cases almost 80 acres, or if you're going to deal with areas of parking for your customers, for your employees, and in those areas where you need it for your process. We have a mixture of both, and that was made on our decision based on what works for our business model. We still believe that that is the best way to handle it in an I-2 and an I-3 zone. In a residential area, I agree with what the group came back with and said. I agree that we need to have better standards in those areas. I think that the work that went into this by that group tried to look at all of the aspects of that and came back with a reasonable working solution that would address the areas. So I was happy to be on that group. I'm glad we had the input we did, and I would hope that you all could move forward with the recommendation that came from the Planning Commission and our group. Thanks.
James. Anyone else from the public on this?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Jeff Mace, Compro Realty, 157 South 7th. I'm here as a concerned citizen, I was on the committee that looked at this for the Planning Commission. Also a commercial real estate developer that makes his living trying to attract people to this community, and also the sitting chair of the Airport Authority. Thank you for your time. I mean, sorry we're now still doing this. I've been a proponent of the county getting to look more like the city, and maybe with these kind of agendas, we're going to have to go to all-day meetings like they do.
Yeah, that's right.
But
theirs are all day?
Well, I'm not sure. One of the first questions that I had when we got to this was, if the recommended changes was the answer, what was the question? And we referenced the comp plan. I asked personally on the three occasions that we met, I said, would somebody please show me in the comp plan where it says this? And it was never produced. And it was the intent of the language in the comp plan to get there. I can tell you that I was part of the comp plan process, fortunately, was asked to be a part of all of that and the planning, and I also sat and listened to a diverse group of people in the community, people in this community. I'm not driving them down North Street, and I'm not taking them out to the industrial area unless they're industrial-minded people. When I drive by those places, when I see that stuff, I see jobs. I see value in the community. I don't see that they're parking their stuff on gravel. I mean, that doesn't have a bearing when I'm touring people in the community. So I would petition to you that I-2 and I-3, we got to a basis as a committee and brought forward to the Planning Commission that idea was that, you know, the I-2 and I-3 zones generally are located in areas that we're not worried about gateway, or it's not you know, the Ohio Overlay District. Very appropriate. We do the overpass. So that was the commission, or the committee brought forward and said, if there are areas that we need to address gravel in I-2 and I-3, let's do it in the form of an overlay district. Then there'll be a hearing, and that's why the recommendation was to not necessarily not change it, period, but was to say that if there's a concern from a visual, it will just look nicer, because that was the only answer that I heard, and these guys may be able to speak differently to it, but the only answer that I got, or only basis for even considering this was, well, it'll just look better. Well, there's some really dire consequences to that, to our existing businesses. And also, I wish Tim Rogers were able to be here today, because he spoke directly about Eldorado Bus and said, when we were negotiating on that, if we would have had this requirement, Eldorado Bus would be in California today. He was very integral in that. I mean, he just point blank. Another example that Tim brought up was the intermodal project out at the airport that we're talking about with the rail and the cars and being able to get stuff off. He came forward in front of the Planning Commission when this was first heard and told them quite plainly, if this passes in this form, the project's dead, because there's no way we can afford with the current demand to do that type of thing. So again, I don't necessarily see it as unintentional consequences. I think the consequences can be very, very apparent in this. We look at one of the points that we always kept digressing to as a committee, and again, to use the Ashland, Ohio property, that's a commercially zoned property right now. Nothing that is in front of you today impacts what does or doesn't happen to that. So we kept finding ourselves talking about, well, but what about Long MacArthur, where they were parking out on, well, we've got existing codes that address that. We have codes that can get us there. So is it necessary to go in and make what was originally proposed, we felt as a committee was not in the best interest of the community, and certainly not in the best interest of the community from an economic development perspective.
Let me ask you a question that I kind of ran by Mr. Andrew, and I'll just pose it to you. And what are 18 out of 20 communities able to do that we're not able to do?
I think you think about it from my question, once again, just because everybody else is doing it, in our perspective, we talked about that, and the committee got
well, no, I mean, what is McPherson, I mean, or what is Manhattan able to do? I mean, they have industrial areas that are paved. I mean, why are they so much better than us that we can't do what they're doing? And I'm not saying let's do what everybody else is doing, but when it's 18 out of 20, that's kind of significant.
And I respect the question, absolutely, and I completely understand the thinking. And I would tell you that McPherson is one that isn't, and we get beat over the head all the time about losing deals to McPherson.
Well, no, only welders and skilled laborers.
But what I would tell you is, if we don't lose Eldorado Bus, those are premier jobs. If we lose McShares, those are premier jobs. If McShares decides to do their next expansion in Illinois, because we're not talking about just the state of Kansas when we talk about economic development. So you're
operating out of fear, is what you're operating, instead of the general spirit of going, okay, how do we make the community, and then how do we work back and compromise into a solution versus, oh, let's don't do anything, let's keep the status quo, because otherwise everybody's going to move out of town.
Well, again, I respect where you're coming from. What I would tell you is, we as a group, with the diversity that was in the group, we operate out of experience.
Well, we're a group too that are working out of experience here. So I mean, no, you try to make it like
we were operating out of experience.
Goodness.
We were operating out of experience in negotiating deals, i.e., examples that Tim used. It's not a matter of if where else are they going to go in Kansas. I mean, what are their other options in the country? I mean, I wish once again Monty was here. I mean, they've got plants in other places that they can expand in.
Well, Dean says 18 out of 20. Is it community? I mean, nationwide, are we looking at Kansas as just different than anywhere else? Kansas likes to require, and why aren't all the companies that are leaving Manhattan going to communities that don't require paving?
I can't answer that question, but what I will tell you is
I think it's a question that's worth pondering.
What I can tell you is some of our existing local business.
We view them as quality communities, do we not?
I'm just telling you that I think if everybody else is doing it and it gives us an edge, and we can handle this from an overlay district rather than a blanket-wide community standpoint, I will tell you that you talk about bolstering value in the community, that this ordinance will increase value. We lose jobs. That devalues the community.
Well, you know what?
If we can't attract jobs, that devalues the community.
I find it ironic that we have this same discussion on the same day that we're talking about budgets and property valuations that are completely stagnant and have been for at least a few years now, and probably, I think, continue along the way. If we don't improve and try to update and upgrade our community, then I think everybody else passes us by. And
So you like this ordinance so we can make the properties that exist more valuable so we can get more property tax?
I think that shows a fundamental misunderstanding of not only is that not what I said, but we want valuations to go up across the board. That doesn't mean property taxes go up.
Well, rephrase, because I don't understand what you just said.
We want the valuations of properties across the board to go up.
So you're going to do it legislatively?
Well, no, we're not talking about doing it legislatively.
That's exactly what this is.
No, it's not. We're talking about improving the aesthetics of your community on one hand, and we're not talking about all of the lots that we talk about tomorrow. We're going to go over and force people to upgrade. We're talking about an upgrade that takes place over time and that people can absorb and digest. We're not talking scare tactics here. Okay, this is do you want to fundamentally upgrade your community and raise the values in your community? I think you do.
The committee,
I think you want to raise valuations in your community.
I would concur, but what I will tell you is that I don't think that what we have today on North Street, when I drive by Great Plains Manufacturing, isn't a quality, excellent, wonderfully well maintained.
I don't either.
One of our best employers.
That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying here. And that's not what we're saying on that one.
But when they built our corporate headquarters, if this ordinance would have been in place, they would have had to pave the entire place based on value.
No, they wouldn't.
Well, I'm not going to ask him in a public forum what he cost to build that.
And you can act incredulous all you want. I mean, that's extremely respectful, so I appreciate that. But when we're talking about, did that add 50% of the value to their? No. You're the one that gave me the.
I gotta believe
it. Did it add 30% of the square feet to their overall manufacturing? No, it didn't. Did it add 50% in the value? No, it didn't.
Do you know that?
Okay. It's a pretty substantial thing, and their little headquarters building is kind of small. They actually added on to it.
Okay. Well, point being, and this is my opinion. I've told you who I am. I was part of the committee. The thing I will wrap with is the Planning Commission heard it. The committee sat for 3 different meetings, went back to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission concurred with the committee's recommendation and voted 8-0. That's the last point, unless anyone else has a comment. And Commissioner Blanchard, I sincerely appreciate your opinion, and I can't argue with 100% of your thought process. I think when we talk about I-2 and I-3, I think I don't understand the reason to go down there.
Well, what we're talking about here wasn't an upgrade. What we're talking about and what I'm opposed to is that it's just the status quo. Mm-hmm. I've said on numerous occasions,
think it is.
Just right up here right now, I think there is a way we get to middle ground.
I don't think it is.
We get to a compromise, but I don't think that status quo gets us improves us at all.
And that is 100% your right as commissioner to have that opinion and act accordingly. This is mine, and I respect yours. Anything else? Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Any other public thoughts on this?
Thank you. Dennis from the Salina Chamber of Commerce. And Jeff quoted the October 1st hearing from Tim Rogers' comments, and I can't speak to the history of what happened with El Dorado National at that point in time, but Tim stood at this podium and made the comment, as Jeff has repeated, that had this requirement been in place, then what is today, those 375, soon to be 400 jobs wouldn't be in the state. Tim's letter also references unintended consequences, and that's one of the challenges here, is trying to create no harm, even unintentionally. And I'm sorry, hang on just a second. Is there a... Thank you, Dean. I'll do this. All right. This is the site of the where the bulk solid center is being built. The line right here represents the edge of the property. And as the Greater Salina, or Salina Economic Development Corporation is the owner of this property and of the building being built, we have a shared parking agreement with these folks here in terms of parking. There will also be a paved lot here at the southern edge of that property. When we opened up the construction bids, we did not use the add alternate, which was to hard surface the second lot right here. That lot cost was $75,000. We chose to not do that. Where I would rather spend $75,000 is on the inside of the building and build an environmental lab, a lab within a lab that allows them to replicate humid conditions that might exist in a particular location, so that even in a dry day in January, a company can come in here and see what it's like to have to move peanuts or coffee beans from one place to another in the middle of a hot, humid August, July day. Same cost, $75,000. And that $75,000 on the inside of the building will add to the economic development by bringing more people into the community. There will be researchers that are more likely at the end of the day to say, we got our problem fixed, and it was a vortex valve, and it was a product made at Capurian Catron that helped us solve the problem. And I'd rather see that $75,000 go, because I don't know that I see the value added of hard surfacing that particular lot. Certainly in terms of economic development, that 75 versus this. Now, easy to dismiss every single thing I just said by saying, oh, you'd be grandfathered in. But what if we were a brand new entity looking in to come into the community? That wouldn't be. So I think those unintended consequences are part of the challenge on this. I think from where we started, an initial response was a, no, let's not do anything. And let's totally leave everything status quo. And I think as Dean talked about the percentage of lots in the community that are residential that are impacted, I think we've moved forward in that direction by talking about eventually targeting and working through the process with overlay in the commercial areas. And the example at Chuck's Bar, and as they move forward and as they make their major expansion and investment in that area, you're going to continue to see progress occur. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have a question about the bulk solid.
Yes, Commissioner.
The lot that you're talking about, that they chose not to pave because of the bid situation, would that be retained as a green space then? What was the ultimate use of that lot to be?
There will be a hard surface lot here.
Right.
Hard surfaced here, and this area right here will be gravel for now. When we can afford it, we'll do that. But in the order of priorities, the first priority where I would spend an additional $75,000 is on the inside of the building, because that's going to do more to create economic development and add to the jobs here and at Vortex.
Okay, so that paved area that's not being paved right now was needed to be used for transportation back and forth.
Yes.
The entire lot.
Not the
Just a
whole
portion
entire
of it.
lot, but a little bit that's kind of right about where that tree is. You can see
Yeah.
there's a little bit of an indentation
Right.
right there.
Okay.
And it'll be a little area right in there that will be gravel.
So but the entire lot wouldn't need to be paved under any circumstance? Just that little portion that you needed to get back and forth?
But if we were brand new to the community, looking in this ordinance, was if a full approach of, hey, everything in the industrial area has got to be, all the parking areas have to be surface, then we would be at a point where we'd be spending $75,000 here rather than on the inside of the building, where it'll add more jobs into the community. Did I explain that very well?
I think you did. I was
Okay.
just worried about, wait, did you need that whole lot for parking that you were just going to gravel? Or did you just need a small portion of it to get from the street to the building?
Oh, no, the idea is that that would be really the level 3 parking lot. Level 1 being right here on the south edge of the building. Second parking lot is here again with a shared agreement, and over here on level 3. And I hope in that case, I hope we get to the point. I hope that we get to the point that we need to hard surface that lot. I hope that that building generates enough traffic to bring enough people in that are working there and visiting and doing work there, that they come and say, you know what, you need to hard surface this lot. I hope that we get to that point. One of the things that'll make that happen and get here sooner is when we invest money on the inside of the building in a only one of its kind in North America chamber that'll bring people in there. And right now, all things being equal, so if we were brand new to this situation, and if hey, let's bring this requirement to include in the I-zoned areas, it would not help us.
Would it feel odd to you that you have this high-tech, first-class building, only one like it in the world, and then you park on gravel to get to it?
No, because I don't think that people perceive that as an issue. And at one of the committee meetings that we had on the inside of that room, Jamie did a great job, and I'm not even going to try to explain, and Mark talked also about, but Jamie talked about, you know, the different levels of gravel and the different ways that there are different sizes of the rocks and all that. And I'm not sure that gravel has I'm not sure gravel deserves the bad connotation it gets. Obviously, hard surfacing, as was mentioned, is going to create more rain runoff. All you have to do is go down to their location on North and see some of the tremendous runoff challenges that are there. And I'd be concerned that that gets exacerbated. And also the misnomer that, well, if you have a hard surface lot, you're not going to have, on a dry, dusty day, you're going to have stuff blowing around. At one of the committee meetings in there, somebody brought a glass jar right about here, right from a hard surface lot, and it was just 2.5 by 2.5 foot section, and plenty of that dirt and dust that occurs over on a hard surface lot also.
Dennis, quick question. If you don't pave that now and you really don't believe that there's much benefit in paving it, why would you ever pave it? That extra space you're talking about, why would you do that? Because presumably, when you get interest in the building, there's going to be equipment needs and other things. And I mean, do you really ever expect you're going to have enough loose change around to say, let's just go pave that lot?
When the market would demand it, when we'd hear from people.
The market's not going to demand it.
I don't know, Jason, that would be the case. I would like to think that in time, as the building, because of what's inside the building, becomes a point of destination,
yeah,
the folks would say, hey, come, would you pave that? But right now, there's going to be adequate parking also because of here. And frankly, anyway, yeah.
More questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioners, with the comments that I've heard, I'd tell you, if I sat out in the audience, I'd be very confused right now, and this is why.
Sure.
I'm hearing about what the ordinance
confused.
would have done
Yeah.
if somebody would have come in at some time.
Yeah.
Okay? And the first thing I'm reading is I'm reading off-street parking and access drives. Now, I know what off-street parking is, and I get if the language isn't tight enough to say off-street parking for employee and citizen, parking or customer parking. Okay, so I get that. I get if access drives are left undefined, which could mean an access drive through a storage area versus an access drive to a parking lot. So I get that too. But it's my understanding, unless I misunderstood this, that Dean had indicated that the emphasis at this, and again, granted the language still may need to be tightened up, but the emphasis had nothing to do with the rear storage area of El Dorado National. And quite honestly, if we're talking about basically the front parking areas, employee, customer parking areas, just about everything that you've seen be put in the last few years, and a lot of those zones actually has paved parking. So I'm trying to understand what the real implication would be if this is drawn up appropriately. And I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I'm just saying if we've got to be careful, the language does say exactly what it's intended to say, so you don't have unintended consequences. So anyway, that's a factor I think that needs to be considered. And I do think I didn't realize you had someone else ready to come up, so I'll turn it back over.
By all means, come on.
Not as tall as Dennis. Mark Augustine, Citywide Self-Storage, 440 North Ohio. We've been in the storage business since about 1985. As the market has matured over the years, we have chosen to pave aisles at 440 and other storage locations in Salina. But one of the things in one of our business plans that we do at Citywide is that we have excess property that we plan to develop in the future years, and we utilize that excess property to provide a low-cost outside storage for the citizens of Salina. And it's shown there at 440 where we have developed and rocked and fenced in some of the excess property as we utilize that to provide that solution. It also increases the property tax revenue to the city of Salina. Those stalls are about 12 by 40, and based off of my calculations, and the county appraiser might differ, but I value that at about $120 a year that each stall that's rented brings into the city and county. If that's just vacant ground, it's about $15. So we're providing a benefit to the citizens, and we're also increasing the tax revenue to the city. At 440 North Ohio, I would challenge you to find a business with better curb appeal or a curb appeal as good as Citywide Self-Storage, and it has a combination of rock and pave areas throughout that property. The other issue, and Dennis touched on this, is that every time we go to develop, the question comes up, where is the water going to go? And every time that we want to pave, there's a question about that, and we're asked to do a drainage study for the city. That's a very complex thing, and typically the way our property's been developed over the years, that has been taken care of, but it has come up on other developments throughout the city at our properties, and it's a question that's difficult to answer from both sides. So as you require more paving, it's going to enhance that question. So I ask that as you look at this, that it isn't necessarily whether it's paved or it's rocked. I think it's about who owns it, how they maintain it, and what kind of pride they take in that property. We take a lot of pride in our business, and we want it to look good for the city of Salina. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else on the subject? Okay.
There's been a lot of talk about enhancement and how the feeling is that this change will enhance the viewpoint of the community by both outsiders and those of us living in it. Going back to the impact on residential, I do think it will have an impact, and I think in some cases it will be positive. In some cases it'll be negative. The individual in that affordable class home is going to be a lot less likely to put up an outside storage garage building if there's going to be an extra $30,000 in concrete cost. We put a driveway in on South Highland a number of years ago at my brother's house that went back to a garage. And this was done approximately 30 years ago. And the concrete cost for that double-car garage was $36,000 then. And he didn't have to run clear to the curb to do it. But the side yard concrete and the driveway access back to that garage and the slab for that garage was $36,000 30 years ago. You take a 600 to 1,000 square foot home that's valued in this community somewhere between $40,000 and maybe $80,000, and if you're going to build a garage out back, you end up having to spend an extra $10,000, $20,000, or $30,000 on paved driveway space to replace gravel you have in place. And to get back to that building, what's the likelihood that building's going to be built? Less or more? I say less. I think that neighborhood's going to be more impacted by the fact that garage isn't put up than if we kept gravel driveway and left the ability to put a gravel driveway in to that new building. It's one of the reasons I don't think residential ought to be treated any different than the light industrial or industrial properties. If it doesn't make economic sense there to require it, I think we need to retain the grandfather clause fully for residential also. You've pointed at the property on North Ohio, the Farmers Insurance Building. Doesn't take much to add the 30% square footage to that building or to increase value of that building by 50% or more. I believe that was how those percentages were broke down. To pave that parking, you're looking, by my quick math, at $8 a square foot, about $40,000 to $60,000 to pave that parking. If somebody's willing to go in and invest in that building enough to make that big a change, if you're going to tag an extra $40,000 to $60,000 to that improvement cost, are you going to kill that improvement cost and maybe decrease the number of jobs that are then offered out of that building, and or the increased property tax that square footage increase would increase? I think this is not a move for the positive. I think it will stifle jobs. You talk about, gee, what's Manhattan got different to Salina? They're growing industrial base more than we are. It's K-State Manhattan. And what is one of the big reasons we're trying to get Salina more identified with K-State Manhattan? It's a big draw, isn't it? One of the reasons for the differences. If we're not able to compete now at our current cost factor, if we increase those cost factors, are we going to improve our ability to compete or decrease our ability to compete? Think about it. I'm a fifth-generation Salinan. I've been in the real estate business in Salina now since 1975.
July 7th.
You bet.
I listen.
And you even take good notes and/or have good memory. And I've worked with a lot of commercial people coming into Salina and some industrial people wanting to come to Salina. And one of the biggest problems I've had bringing people to Salina is the viewpoint that people outside of Salina have that Salina over-regulates and nitpicks projects. I lost the sale of a property on South 9th Street because of a change in access that was mandated by city, and they wouldn't allow an access off of 9th Street to the property. And they were routing all of their potential customers past who would have been their competitors in changing access to that property. This city has, and it's getting better, but it has had a real problem in the past with a viewpoint from outsiders that Salina is anti-growth, anti-outside businesses, and that you want to way over-regulate. That's part of what kills companies coming to Salina. It's not the only thing, but it's part of it. You have a chance here to move away from new regulation that I don't feel is necessary or is in a positive direction for the community. Any questions to me from anybody?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission for any discussion or possible action. Thoughts, anyone?
One thing I think about when I'm driving into Salina from I-70 or 135, from any direction except from the south, it's not a pleasant experience. People in Salina, for the most part, don't care about the aesthetic of their property. It's, I don't know why, but it's just not a very pleasant experience, and I wish it would be different. But unfortunately, I think that's what we have to deal with at the moment. So and also I agree with Commissioner Blanchard too that this ordinance doesn't really change anything. It hardly changes anything with residential. Like I said, you could go 100 years with some of these grandfathered properties before you'd see any change. And I think I'd like to think that our timeline is a little shorter than that. And I go past McPherson or whatever, and it's a very inviting looking entrance to the city. You have properties that they're manufacturing, they're paved, and I'm thinking, oh, that looks pretty sharp. And I just can't. I'm sort of wondering why that we can't have that same sort of appearance. What's the difference between us and say McPherson? And I understand there may be exceptions to the rule, and I don't know if El Dorado is a good example or not, but I don't want to cause people irreparable harm. But I also think that people should care about their facilities enough to make them look nice and presentable. Great Plains does a good job in that regard. I just don't know that how many of the Great Plains are there in this town.
Let me see if I can make everybody mad all at the same time, if I can go after each little group individually and see if I... It seems to me, and we talked about this, we did a radio show the other day, and it seems to me like a lot of times Salina seems to have a can't-do attitude. And we're always trying to, we promote low wages, we don't care about how the community looks. I shouldn't say, I don't mean in general. There are, again, I don't want to even talk about even what we're talking about today. You mentioned Great Plains, a great, nice facility. But it just seems like as a general rule, everybody's all about what we can't do, and the government get out of the way and let us do our thing. But, we have all these community standards, and people, you need to go no further than the online forums and things like that, and people stop us on the street, why does this town look so bad, on and on. But we have people who come in here and say, don't change anything, make it easy for us, don't, on and on and on. I would argue, and I don't want you to come back up, I don't want to turn this into a debate, and so I'll close the public forum and take I pray. But my mayoral fiat, that's the end. But I completely appreciate what Randall was saying. But on the other hand, I don't think if you got a $15,000 house, you should be building a 2-car garage, filling it up with a boat and something else. You got some priority issues. That's not for me to judge, but I just think that we can't use that as our reasoning for not causing people to pay things. I personally can't I grew up in a neighborhood, well, I say grew up, in my 20s, I'm still growing up, but I live in an area which Vice Mayor Blanchard now lives in, and it's pretty easy to set up on Pine Ridge and think, oh, this isn't a problem for me. But when I live on State Street and I see gravel and I see deep pits filled with water and unmaintained, and I know that that's what it's going to come down to, that's a health issue. That's no longer cosmetics. Hey, wait a second. That's it. We do, and we do, and we do, and that's true. We do, and we have that. We have those in place. Unfortunately, it's hard to enforce those, and we're getting there, and it's coming in place. But I think allowing more gravel is only going to encourage more of that, because eventually people don't take care of the gravel, and it disappears a lot faster than pavement. Now, I will say that one thing that was brought up that I pointed out when I was in Loveland, Colorado here a few weeks ago, they have a big expo center, and the entire parking lot was gravel. And it was of interest to me, and I looked at that and I thought, I wonder, if there is some thought about whether that's ecological or things, and I do want to read further on that, and I don't think hard surface is the answer for everything. But I'll be honest, when it comes to residential, I think it is, because it purely is an aesthetic that affects the values of the people around it. Now, let's see if I can make the vice mayor a little more upset here with me, perhaps. when I look at some of these larger industrial areas, I agree. We can't operate from a fear standpoint. And I'm curious to hear who these other 18 cities are and what kind of their ordinance is, and maybe get my head around that a little bit more and make sure we're not going too far. But I am curious why 18 communities can do it and we can't. But I do fear that we could push too big of a step and hurt some of our big industrial partners in town. And so I'm a little bit cautious of pushing that hard against them. But I mean, I have to say I'm perplexed again, and maybe that's a discussion that we can have, and maybe this is the kind of thing we end up having to table to get more information. But I can't imagine, and maybe again, maybe I'm wrong, that McPherson or Manhattan, and maybe the vice mayor knows, or Dean or somebody knows, that some of these larger industrial areas are completely paved. Because I mean, I think it's got to be hard to. I think it's got to be hard to maintain some of that stuff, and I just can't think that every community is requiring all their I-2 and I-3 to be completely paved, because the cost of that's got to be outrageous. I could be wrong, and if that's the case, I'd be interested to hear that. Maybe do you have a, who are these 18?
They're in their packet.
I mean, but I mean, what is the level of their?
You've got this in your packet, and it's got a table there. It's got the language from all the communities and what their standard is.
Dean covers his bases.
Yeah.
While you're looking at that, Commissioners, you have a lot of options. I mean, you could say it's triggered, whatever triggers it, the area that's
there we go. I
determined
saw that.
has to be upgraded immediately, or you could say it has to be upgraded from that date within 3 years. You have means to deal with a lot of the questions. I just come from the perspective of, if you want to make an improvement, you can either go either or, either we're going to do something or we're not, or you can try to figure out what's practical for both sides. We started from what was practical from both sides, but scared some folks because the language might have been a little bit broad.
Oh, there we go.
And kind of went away from the practicality part. And so it's up to you whether you want to go back to it or not.
Well, I'd like to have seen more public input. I mean, I would guess there were very few, if any, residential customers or people that live in Salina that have any knowledge of this.
Well,
They will tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that's
hope.
true, if they care to read it. I mean, looking at this chart, this still doesn't get me kind of to where I was wanting to go, and that is, what is more, this kind of seems to me like it deals more maybe with the residential area. I wasn't seeing a lot about commercial on here, and that was, I guess, maybe where I was trying to go is, hey, I'm sold on the residential. I want to see it paved. I want to see all those areas improved. I want the ones that are improved being brought up to a standard that are. But
Is the city willing to help those folks raise funds to put in those big, long paved driveways?
People need to learn to walk from the street to their front door and stop putting gravel in their front yards to save 10 feet of space. And if they can't maintain that, they need to park in the street. So I don't think there's necessarily a reason that a lot of these cars are up in the yard. Ohio Street might be a different example. Some of those that are harder to get to, but we have a lot of people who simply gravel the front yard to save 10 feet of walking. So, but again, I'm really looking more for an answer on this industrial
I think
side.
that first column included the industrial, though, didn't it? If I read it correctly.
It seems like they're really more focused on there. I do like the concept of the overlays, at least looking at our core areas that may be. I can appreciate what Mr. Mays said about we're generally not driving people through those areas of town, but we still have people who live in this town who do drive through those areas. I for one, use North Street a lot. So, yeah, I just didn't see a lot in here in industrial. Is anybody, I mean, little bits, but I mean, I'm not.
I can't really see passing something that doesn't
which do I see?
make any substantive changes to what we're doing.
I guess the other question is, and we've run into this before, where, and staff has generally done a pretty good job, where an ordinance says something, but then when we go to the city to see if they're truly implementing, we find out that they're not. So it's easy to sit up in here and say, hey, yeah, that's great, let's pave it, let's make them do it.
Well, no, I get, if it's in their ordinance, they're enforcing.
We've had issues before that's come up, and we've sort of said, hey,
Well,
it's
we're
this,
talking about code enforcement type stuff, not development ordinances. So I think you're going to have a hard time finding that to be something that a city kind of skates on. And
Oh, we've had it.
says no
I
to.
can't remember what issue it was. I think maybe last year or 2 years ago, we looked at something. You remember?
well,
what it was?
I think that one of the things, and just to wrap this up or whatever, I mean, the communities are Olathe, Pittsburgh, DeSoto, Ottawa, Bonner Springs, Lawrence, Topeka, Manhattan, Junction City, Hayes, McPherson, Newton, Hutchinson, and Wichita. So
No,
those are the
yeah,
those are the.
Good. I mean,
I guess they would be 19. We'd be 20. So those are the for anybody that's curious. So that's. Anyway, if you'd entertain a motion,
yeah,
I'd
maybe.
be willing to make one.
Would it be better to make add one of the amendments? I don't remember all of the amendments that would help clarify what we're
Well,
talking about here.
I think our options
Get more
are.
input. Is that the direction we were going?
What was that?
I thought we were going to try to table it and gather more input. That
Well,
was
that's
the
one of
direction
the-
I was feeling from
Yeah,
the
that's
mayor.
one of the options. Yeah, that is, it's table, it's send it back to planning commission, or it's pass it with our own modifications. I'd prefer to table it or send it back to planning commission.
I would be in favor of sending it back.
Yeah, I'd like to take a little more time and read up what was brought before us about some of the ecological aspects of it. I mean, I'd like to read it. I've thought about that before, but I'd just like to.
Can we get an
Commissioners-
idea what tabling it for more public input would look like?
Well, that's a good question. If you'd have to postpone as your action, but there's a couple things, a couple choices. I think the first thing you probably need to lay out on the table is what do you want to do versus what do you not want to do, and then we can see how that matches up, because there's been a lot of stuff said today, some of which
Sure.
I don't think is related to this today, or
Right.
what would be related if
Right.
we do it right. So, for example, if you said, well, what I'd like to see is I like the employee and customer parking area and access aisles tied to that. And I like the residential, and I think that's what we should do. But I recognize even certain parking lots are pretty big, and give them 3 years to get it done from the triggering or something like that.
Yeah.
If we know what you kind of like, we could look further at it. We could go back and look at what's been developed in the last few years, last 3 to 5 years, and how did it work there? Are we really asking something that's so onerous, or are we not? I'm not sure that we are, and if we do it right. Now, if you're looking at all the work areas in the back, yeah, I think that's pretty onerous.
Right, yeah, I
wouldn't
can't
ask you to
imagine
go there.
lumbering those guys with $2.5 million.
But otherwise, I don't think so. But I think it'd be really good to know kind of what you think, because that also may dictate, if you send it back to the Planning Commission, they're not going to want to receive it if there's not a direction for them to look at.
Right.
You're not going to know what that is unless you talk about it. Now, with that said, I think I'd recommend that you postpone it for a week so you could think about what you like and don't like.
There you go.
Yeah.
So we could also go home tonight
Actually,
sometime.
Yeah.
'Cause
And
you
by the
still-
way, we're skipping the executive session. I don't know
you still
what's
have
going
some
on.
meeting left, but, and then think about what you like and don't like in concept, okay? And that gives others an opportunity to come to your meeting and provide their input. And then at that point, you can decide if there's a form that you'd like to direct staff to make sure we draw up, or if you'd like to send it back to Planning Commission and why. So does that make sense?
Yeah.
Postpone it
Sounds
for a
good.
week?
Totally.
Or if you need 2 weeks, whatever you need, but.
Continue
yeah.
it for a week.
What is next week looking like with the, obviously, judging from today, the second reading on the budget isn't going to take long?
No, quite honestly, I don't have the agenda in front of me, but I don't remember any long agendas in front of us except for this one.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
be a perfect time for it.
Good.
So, yeah, your action would be, I think, to postpone.
Then I
Greg,
would move
I'll
to.
defer it to you. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Yeah, postponing to a specific time would be the best.
Okay.
I would make a motion then to postpone this item to the Monday, August 18th meeting, 2014 meeting.
Second.
Motion is second to postpone this to the, I'm sorry, you said the date.
August 18th.
August
18th meeting. And before I go, I'll just say I appreciate everybody's work, whether we agree or disagree on everything. I know it's a lot of work, and we're all trying to do what's best for the community, and sometimes that's why it gets heated. We all have different views of how to get there, but we want to get there, and we want to keep pushing forward and getting better. So let's take a little more time, look at it, and see if we can find a workable solution for everybody, or at least 50%, 51%, as I guess as we like to say it. So, and with no other discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries 5-0, and we'll come back and revisit that next week. And any other business in today's?
I have other business.
I move.
Oh wait, sorry.
Oh,
Is that okay?
I was going to move to recess.
I was going to try to do other business before the executive session.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's do
That
it.
way, I don't know if anyone wants to stick around. My other business, I've done a lot of careful thought and consideration, and today I've decided to submit my resignation to the Salina City Commission. It's been my privilege to serve for the past 3 years to the community that I love, the same community that has extended my family such generosity and friendship through the last several months. I have from day one taken my role as the Salina City Commissioner very seriously, and that is the reason why I am going to step down. The City Commission deserves a member who can fully commit to its time demands, and at this time I cannot. I wish to thank my fellow commission members and the Salina community for all your support over the last few months. I look forward to working with the commission as we transition to a new commission member. With that said, I will stay on until that transition is complete, but due to some situations that I've encountered the last few months, I just can't continue my commission much longer. So that was my other business.
We will miss you.
Well, that kind of, it's, obviously we had some maybe suspicion of that, and of course we.
Right.
What is the process in which we sort of move? I think it's only happened a couple times in the last 15 to 20 years.
In practice, I'll talk about what the commission has done in the same situation and turn it over to Greg to talk about your options. But that has happened a couple times that I recall, and in both of those cases, the commissioners had decided that they didn't want an interim person to have any political effect on the election or anything. So what they did was they solicited interest from former commissioners who already kind of know the ropes, who were not interested in running again. So therefore they could fill in, kind of be up to speed pretty quickly, and then not be a factor in the election so that it's a pure election. So that's an option that's been chosen before. So it's something to consider, and I'll turn it over to Greg to kind of go over what your discretion is in the process.
The legal aspect is simply that the successor is identified by the commission. So that quickly goes to the discussion of the nature that Mr. Gage just alluded to, and that is, of course, the practice that has been implemented in the past, and that would be an option to you. There are others, I suppose, but it all comes down to how the remaining commissioners would wish to
in the interest
fill
of
the vacancy.
Open Meetings Acts, obviously we can't call each other and say, hey, who do you think? I mean, who would be good? Who would be whatever else? And if this meeting goes much longer, you're going to need two. So a mayor and a... And so is this something that can be done in executive session if we have some thoughts, or is this something we could just...
I was going to bring up
Yeah.
something about that in executive session as well.
Do we need to set aside...
Discussion of the legal aspects of your prerogative, we pretty well just covered.
Okay.
That was potentially illegal executive session material, but I'm not suggesting it should have been. I think it's certainly appropriate.
And I'm just trying to come up with a way that we could maybe discuss some concepts.
The thing to remember, and maybe working backwards a little bit if this is helpful, we do know, and the Attorney General has opined, well, that opinion was even just in the discussion of qualifications of appointees to other boards and commissions, so I'm confident that it would be the case here. Any discussion of the qualifications or relative merits of any potential candidates is not an appropriate subject of an executive session, in that they are in that role of either appointed or elected. In this case, an elected official normally that is appointed by virtue of the circumstance. So when you're speaking about qualifications or relative merits, that is an open meeting conversation. So I guess working backwards from that, I don't know what to suggest other than that option of at least beginning with the expressions of interest? Is that...
Yeah, you could, and again, that's just a practice. It's not a policy. There was nothing approved. So you have the open ability to do whatever you'd like. You could say, today, we want to, if all of you know someone who might be interested and you can figure it out today, you could do that. Or you could say, well, maybe we need to solicit interest. It could be those who very well may want to run again, or it could be those who don't, or it could be past commissioners who don't, or past mayors, or whatever you would like to do. So you have a lot of options there. If there are multiple names that could be put in the hat, the idea of soliciting interest gives you and others an opportunity to say, hey, you met whatever that qualification is, you should put your name in there and be considered. You could handle it very similarly to how we do committee appointments, where recommendations are brought in. In the committee appointments, the mayor actually makes recommendation in the resolution, but technically it's just a majority vote of whomever. It just always tends to work out real well that way. So you could follow that. So, but there are other ways you could do it if you'd like.
We'll figure it out. About that. We'll figure it out.
Hey,
We always figure it out.
I'd just like to make a statement to Mayor Shirley, and that is to thank you for...
Former Mayor Shirley. It's
Well,
Mayor Householder.
Yeah.
Don't overstep
You're
your
always
breath.
the mayor.
Don't- yeah.
You're the mayor. Is to thank you for the service that you've provided to the citizens, and I know that you've put a lot of thought into a lot of big issues that came up, and I know that you've dealt with a lot personally. But what I really appreciate is the fact that we've been able to work together on a lot of issues, and luckily I think that we all kind of come to consensus and compromise for the good of the people. But I just want you to know that I appreciate that you were able to work together, not just with me, but the rest of us, in finding those common best solutions for the people of Salina. So thank you, and I wish you good luck on the rest of what you...
that.
And I don't want to lose, and that the only other woman on
I didn't
the
say we're not
commission.
looking for a woman. I didn't say we're not looking for a woman. Yeah.
You can start wearing a dress.
Yeah. Maybe.
That would throw
Yeah.
people for a tizzy.
We didn't get enough people to today's meeting. Yeah.
Are we moving into executive session? You said something about not.
I was wishful thinking.
Real quick,
I was wishful
Commissioners,
thinking.
would you like us to put on the agenda for next week the topic of the replacement?
That's probably fine.
Okay.
That's
That
probably
way we'll
fine.
have that on there, and then hopefully, again, you've had time to think about that. So you have two
Because
issues of homework, I guess,
Right.
to
Right.
think about, and then we'll come back next week and talk about both of those.
Right, because I did have one in mind that I had
Oh.
approached, and they did
Okay.
I don't know if I can say that up here or... if-
Yeah, you can, in
I have
open
spoke
meeting,
to- I
certainly.
have talked to Aaron Peck, and Aaron Peck is taking it into consideration about stepping up and putting his name in. He hasn't finalized it yet. He had to do some stuff with his job. It sounded like the job was supportive of it. He just has to do some family things and maybe approaching you guys in the next week on it.
2 errands?
Keep it
Two
on
errands.
Highland.
How about that?
Aaron number 1 and Aaron number
Yeah.
2. That'd
Well,
be great.
Commissioner and Mayor, so you have the full experience there.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right.
I was thinking of Kirsten Gunn.
Oh,
She might be interested.
Another good choice.
Or Abner
Absolutely.
Abner
yeah,
Perney.
I thought
Yeah,
of Abner
Abner
too. I haven't
Perney.
approached him considering what he's been dealing with.
I'll text him. He's waiting for me at dinner time right now.
But he was one I had in mind also.
Yeah. So a lot of good people.
Yeah.
I would definitely, I'm obviously
Absolutely.
in the interest of, we had a first with 3 women before. Obviously, it would be nice to not limit it down to just one. So that obviously might be a little bit more consideration to try and keep us a little more balanced. But we'll find out who's available and who.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of times availability is a big factor.
It's a big factor, and I know Abner travels a lot, and he's had his own things lately. So, but I think Aaron Peck's a nice choice as well. But we'll kind of fill it out maybe more next week, and maybe people will come to us and let us know that they have an interest in it.
I move to, we are going to have executive session. I move to, well, I just wanted, it's only 9 o'clock.
It's only 9 o'clock.
Pizzas that have been sitting for 2 hours. You need to eat them.
How much overtime are you getting back there? That's what I want to know.
I'm-
Oh, you're on duty?
Oh, no.
I move to recess into executive session for 45 minutes
Oh,
to
jeez.
discuss with legal counsel matters subject to the attorney-client privilege for the reason that public discussion of those matters would waive the privilege and adversely affect the city's interest in the matters, and reconvene at 10 till 10.
10 till 10,
I
sounds
need
good.
I need a break.
Let's take a little 5-minute break before, let's,
Yeah, let's go, let's,
Yeah, wait.
I
If I may.
second. I'm gonna second that.
Yeah, I'm not objecting to your break. I'm just trying to make sure that we understand the hour, and it may be one of those situations we're better off starting, say, with 30 minutes, just in case we're able to get through it that much quicker.
Okay.
So
Okay.
That's
if I
amended
could
to-
suggest you modify it to that
Amended
extent,
to 30 minutes?
that would be at
Nine-
least assure us.
9:35.
9:35.
Second.
Wouldn't
Sounds
wanna-
good.
wouldn't
All in
wanna miss
favor?
that opportunity.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, there you go.
Kurdish forces in northern Iraq rather than through the Iraqi government. Brett McGurk told NPR's All Things Considered the level of weapons reaching the Kurds is dramatic. NPR's Tom Bowman has more.
McGurk is the State Department's point man for Iraq, and he said the U.S. arms to the Kurdish Peshmerga forces are helping push back the Islamic State militants.
Well, we're supplying them a level of arms now that would not have been necessary, say, 6 months ago. So what we're doing now in coordination with them, looking at their needs,